The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll. You may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our guest chaplain, Pastor Ricky Bolden, guest of Representative Lewis, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance read by Representative Oropeza.
Would you bow with me in a word of prayer? Dear Jesus, this morning I lift each of these leaders to you, those entrusted with the responsibility of guiding their communities and ultimately this nation. May they lead with compassion, integrity, and justice, always prioritizing the needs of the people they serve. Inspire them to be peacemakers, fostering unity and understanding. In a world often divided by differences, I pray that these leaders engage in conversations with respect and kindness. Teach them to listen to one another with open hearts and minds, valuing one another's perspective as unique reflections of your creation. May these men and women seek common ground and solutions that honor the dignity of one another, even amidst their disagreements. Help them to remember that their words have power. Therefore, guide them to use their words to build bridges rather than walls. Jesus, I pray that these leaders find rest and renewal in you, that they draw strength from your presence as they navigate the challenges of leadership. It is in your name I pray. Amen. Thank you so much. United States of America, the Republic, which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2062. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Sub-Bill HB 2240. The Senate announced the appointment of Senators Thompson and Faust-Cadeau to replace Senators Gossage and Holster as conferees on HB 2280. The Senate announced the appointment of Senators Gossage, Clifford, and Holster to replace Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on HB 2045. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Sub-SB 9. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 44. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 114. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 199. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2028. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2039. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2050. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Sub-HB 2056. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2134. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Sub-HB 2172. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2249. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2255. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Sub-HB 2382.
All right, good morning, colleagues. So there's going to be quite a long day today, or at least the possibility of it. And what I would like to do before we start the day is just remind everybody, doesn't matter if you sit over here, doesn't matter if you sit over here, keep your words focused on the bill. Do not impugn personalities. Do not bring personalities into the legislation. It might feel good to throw a zinger at somebody. Don't do it. Let's all be respectful. Let's get through the day. I appreciate you. but I will be fair throughout this entire debate. The Speaker recognizes Representative Estes for a motion to adopt the agree to disagree report on Senate Bill 24.
Mr. Speaker, I make a move to adopt the agree to disagree conference committee report and that a new conference committee be appointed.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Wolf. Never mind. Seeing no discussion, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The Speaker appoints Representatives Estes, McNorton, and Stogsdill as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Will Carpenter for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 126.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. We've all seen this before. This was the Senate Bill 26, House substitute for Senate Bill 26. It was combining the four bills that were newborn screening, children's health insurance program, local health departments, and the hospital, the HCAP, Healthcare Access Improvement Program. We went to conference on this. There was a lot of problem with the lesser chamber, and so we agreed to just strip the CHIPS portion out of that. So this is the three remaining bills. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 126 and stand for questions.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Chair of Health and Human Services for his really hard work with this conference committee. And I urge your support on Senate Bill 126. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Body, I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 126. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Dorman will secure the doors and clerk will read the roll.
Lewis, Meyer, Penn, Potter, Parshall, Simmons.
Representative Fairchild for an explanation of vote. Members will be in their seats.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on House substitute for SB 126. Even though this is a tax that the hospitals impose on themselves, I still view this as technically being a tax increase. And when I ran for office, I pledged that I would never vote in favor of a tax increase. Also, I don't necessarily think that we can depend on federal Medicaid money when the current administration is considering cutting Medicaid. Lastly, I would support passing the 340B legislation as an alternative to this bill to help our rural hospitals. Representative Fairchild.
Representative Meyer votes aye. Representative Lewis votes aye. Any further changes? Any further explanations while we wait? Representative Penn votes aye. Representative Simmons votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 123 having voted in favor and 1 against, the passage of Senate Bill 126, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will report the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2062.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to you House Bill 2063. Basically does 3 things. It amends law requiring child support to require that such support be calculated from the date of conception. It also requires the court to consider the value of a qualified retirement account in determining those child support orders, and eliminates exemption of such accounts and child support. And the bill also allows a personal exemption for any unborn child for the purposes of income taxation. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report, and I will stand for questions.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 2062. So I want to talk through all the different parts of it. First, we have a bill that we added into it, Senate Bill 237, which calls for retirement accounts to be used as supplemental income for child support payment if payment is not available during the time that you actually have a judicial ruling. Good bill, fantastic bill. I upped to work on it. We put an amendment on to make it to make sure that it doesn't conflict with federal regulations. I would love to vote on this bill, but we wrapped it up into the other bill. We wrapped it up into House Bill 2062. And well, this is why we can't have nice things. We talked about 2062 as a total bill. Back when we dealt with it on the House floor, and it was problematic then, and it's only gotten worse since then. The question of having unborn equal born is problematic legally. It's problematic for the state of Kansas, and I think there's going to be others that might talk about this. So I'm not going to go into everything that I talked about when we dealt with it on the House floor about a month ago. But it was problematic. It is more problematic today. We have an amendment, and the amendment calls for tax exemption of $2,320 for live births and for the unborn children, and the unborn children that were a live birth that are also known as, that were not a live birth, that were known as stillbirth. And I do love tax exemptions, and I would love to be able to give this out, but it is problematic legally. And let me talk through some questions that I have with regard to this bill. Let's start with surrogacy. If the surrogacy ends in a miscarriage and ends with a stillbirth, who gets the tax exemption? Is it the person that had the surrogacy, that had the baby, or is it the parents? I don't know. What if the surrogacy ends in a live birth? Again, who gets the tax exemption? I don't think that this bill addresses that. We don't have an answer. Adoption. Who gets the tax exemption for the live birth? We don't have an answer for that. Here's a fun one. Selective abortion after an IVF or in vitro fertilization. Now, you may say no. Stillbirth or an abortion is not considered a stillbirth as defined by the Kansas statutes, and you'd be partially correct. KSA 656701 carves out an exception for abortions as it relates to stillbirths, but it creates an exception to that exception for abortions that are done with the intent to preserve the life or health of an unborn child. And when you have an IVF and you have multiple children that you were talking about, is the intent to preserve the life and health of the remaining children. So, if you go from 8 fetuses down to 2, do you get 6 tax exemptions? I guess we'll let the courts decide. We can let the courts decide about all of these because the bill is unclear. It's fraught with legal uncertainty. So every question that I'm posing up here right now is one that we're going to address in a court of law because we're not dealing with it here on the House floor. When you take the certificate of stillbirth, you know, what is a necessary medical document? And that's what it is right now. That's what a certificate of stillbirth is. It's a necessary medical document. It's a necessary legal document. And you assign a monetary value to it. All of these wild things will start happening. So let me ask you a couple more questions as we're dealing with money. Will there be tax fraud? Can someone claim 2 stillbirths a year for now into the foreseeable future? Maybe. And I know you're saying it's going to be very difficult to create that sort of tax fraud and those sort of certificates. When you add monetary value into this, you're going to have tax fraud, and you're going to have the Kansas Department of Revenue have policies and procedures on how they deal with these sorts of investigations and these sorts of tax frauds, and how much the Kansas Department of Revenue is going to have to go into your individual personal medical records to ferret out whether fraud exists or not. Is it going to be as egregious as 2 stillbirths a year as a claim? Probably not. But again, there's going to be something, and there's going to be investigations, because with money on the line, who knows what will happen. Then there's the flip side, and we're not talking about tax fraud. We're talking about wanted children, because that's what this is. When you have a stillbirth, that was a wanted child. Every stillbirth comes with it heartache. And this bill tells women that if they give the government the details of one of the most traumatic events of their life, Kansas is going to dangle a bit of cash in front of them every April 15th. Even better, the women that have had miscarriages and in their time of grief at least attempt to get something back from it, file for the tax exemption, but they do so without the proper certification and without the proper documentation. And then the Kansas Department of Revenue investigates them. And then they get indicted on tax fraud to add insult to injury. How unfair, how unjust. You want to help women? Let's go back to the base bill. The base bill, as claimed by the proponents, was not about this. It was about helping pregnant women with pregnancy-related expenses. That's it. That's what the bill was supposed to be about. Not the question of unborn children, not the question of tax exemptions for stillbirths, not all of these fraught legal challenges that we are going to see. It's about helping pregnant women with pregnancy-related expenses. I can get on board with that. Everyone in this room can get on board with that. And if we just dealt with that, we would solve this fraught mess. But this bill is a Frankenstein's monster of bad idea compounded upon bad idea. I cannot support it legally or morally. And so I urge you to vote no on HB 2062. Thank you.
Just to go ahead and get this out of the way with, asinine is still a prohibited word, and I do not want to use my big gavel on somebody that uses it at the well. Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a lot of reasons why I can't support this vote, and I'm going to start with the 66% of people in my district that said they were perfectly capable of handling their own medical decisions. That is, every single precinct in my district expressed that they could handle their own medical decisions. That's the precincts that have a Catholic church sitting in them. That's the precincts that have a Catholic school sitting in them. That's the new precincts in my district that are quite conservative. Every single one said they could handle their own decisions. When I was out knocking doors in 2022, I started with those conservative precincts in July because I wanted to get to know them. When I go talk to my constituents, I talk about schools, responsible budgets, and then ask them what they want to talk to. And there was a Sunday afternoon that, like, I'll never forget. I had 2 different doors answered by husbands. And each of those husbands described their family's journey to try to have kids and how badly they wanted these children. And one of them was telling me that during the pandemic in 2020, their wife had been pregnant and they were so happy to see this baby coming. And then she experienced a serious complication. It was a life-threatening complication, and he said to me, in cases like this, I need to be able to make decisions to save my wife's life. And I'll never forget that house. And, you know, they had little kids' toys, so I know they had other kids they were responsible for, and I couldn't think of leaving those other children without a mother, and I couldn't think of leaving that dad without a partner to raise those kids. After the August 2nd vote, I was up in my neighborhood where the Catholic church that I am assigned to is. And again, I would knock on the door, we'd talk about schools, responsible budgets, and to a T, there would be, when an older woman, older than me, answered the door, we'd talk about those things, and then unprompted, they would drop their voice and they would say, I'm so glad things went the way they did on August 2nd. I would never have an abortion, but my neighbor down the street, she had serious pregnancy problems and she wouldn't be here if she didn't have that vote. Or my daughter had serious problems. Or, you know, my niece went through IVF. I think of a cousin who went through IVF, and I can't tell you the heartbreak that she went through with all the children that she lost. And this bill makes it worse for people like that. So if you're pregnant and you file this tax form and then you lose that pregnancy, like, then you have to file more forms? Like, is that what we need to be doing when we're trying to recover from one of the worst losses in our lives? I can't think that's helpful to anybody. What if you've already filed your tax exemption and you lose the pregnancy? Like, who's going to be investigating stuff like that? Who's going to be checking out for fraud? Other things. There's a lot of things wrong with this bill. It puts so many burdens on families. And I'm going to trust the intent was to help people out. I think you should get child support when you're pregnant for expenses. That's something you can already do through federal law. This bill actually makes that harder on people. So that's not good. It'd be great if we could give a child tax credit to every Kansas family, but at this point, we can't fund special education properly. We can't fund the IDD wait list properly. We couldn't provide school meals for these kids. I'm not sure we're in any position to be giving more tax credits in really an undefined manner when we can't even take care of the least among us at this point. And I just really ask that you think about the people in your lives who you know have lost a child. Like how difficult that would be to get that pregnancy test and everybody's so excited. And then, you go file the paperwork because you want to be sure you're going to get your tax credit. And then, it's hard enough then to tell your family that pregnancy is gone, but now you have to go tell the state that pregnancy is gone and file more papers. And each paper you have to file, each official you have to interact with is another reminder of that horrible, horrible loss you have suffered. And I just think it's cruel, and I cannot support this.
Representative Estes.
This was a bill I didn't really want to speak to. When you get back to what the heart of the bill is, it gives you a tax credit for pregnancy. And I was very grateful that it acknowledges that not all pregnancies end well. Miscarriage is something that many women experience. It's one of our common experiences that we don't often talk about. I feel very lucky that I was blessed with 3 beautiful, wonderful, unique children on earth. But I also know I have 3 more that I can't wait to see one day when I get to heaven. One of the previous speakers talked about grief, and I think he was sincere, and I think he really cares about grief. But I want to tell you, as someone who lived this bill, there's expenses. When you are pregnant, you build a beautiful nursery for your child, and you have to come home from a hospital, and you have to look at that nursery, and you look at the money and the time and the love that you spent into it. You come home, and later you look at your medical bills, and it's happened with us on one occasion, your husband might be laid off. I think this bill is a very kind and loving bill, and I wish I had had it when I needed it because it would have helped us very much. Thank you.
Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that I liked this bill when it was in its original form, and the way it is now, it is so pro-family that I was beyond excited when I heard the details about it, because we are doing everything we can to help young families financially. And it's such an easy thing to do, and yet it seems complicated apparently. But for every family to have just a little bit more help from the state as they are growing their family, growing our state population, which we definitely need to encourage. I was just bubbling with excitement when I heard all the details about it, and so I am thrilled to be voting for it, and I encourage all of you to do the same.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't come up here often, but I do want to say as a tax professional that everything that's been mentioned up here, the questions of how this is going to work is addressed in the IRS code for dependents, and the definition of dependents and who can claim a dependent, all of that is addressed. With a certificate of stillbirth, it is defined in statute 20 weeks and beyond. It is signed by a doctor. It is required. You can't just, a person cannot file for a certificate of live birth. That is impossible. It's not allowed. It's just like a birth certificate, death certificate, marriage certificate. It's kept on file at KDHE. You can request a copy of that. I did speak with Department of Revenue when we were considering the language of this and the barriers that this might create. They said this would not create any barriers, that this was a very simple thing to audit and to accept. You can, in the state of Kansas, attach that certificate to your tax return, just like you would a death certificate. Or you can keep it in the file, and if they ask you for it, you produce it. It's very simple, very cut and dry as far as proving whether or not you can claim this credit. On the other hand, on the other side, I've been doing taxes this is my 21st tax season, and I have sat across the table from two people who have had miscarriages in the 9th month. They've had a stillbirth, and they have questioned and begged me, not for the credit, but for the validation of life, that their baby meant something to somebody. And now with this law, we can say that Kansas cares, and I am very much in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Could the carrier of the bill or the conference committee report stand for a couple of questions, please? Thank you.
Yep, gladly.
Thank you for coming to the mic. And I'm actually asking this out of genuine curiosity, not to troll you or anything, because I'm not on this committee. And so things have been kind of fraught and caucus. I haven't had the opportunity to really bring this up. But I had some thoughts when I was visiting with some legislators the other night. And one of those thoughts was this: is there a legal way to prove pregnancy for the purposes of this? And how would we go about doing that?
So in this bill, you don't need to prove pregnancy. That's not part of this. You might be thinking of the amendment that was put on the Senate floor, but there were some questions about how things might be, actually the procedures that might happen, like how would you prove this or that? And so we changed the language in the conference committee and took care of that. So you don't have to prove the pregnancy, only the birth of the child and the year.
Or yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so Body, this is where some of my confusion arises. Because right now, we often hear, and we've heard this for years, the debate that sort of centers around the proverbial welfare queen, right? People who deliberately have children, allegedly, because I don't think that this is actually the case. But the argument comes up that there are often women who deliberately have child after child after child in order to get SNAP and TANF benefits. Because this CCR does not put any sort of burden of proof regarding pregnancy or child loss, a woman could say multiple times a year, "Oh, I'm pregnant," and make that claim. And we are not asking her to prove that. She could say, "I'm pregnant. Oh, I lost the child." She could then again either become pregnant or say that she was, and say that she lost the child later on. Even if there was a burden of proof for pregnancy, how do we do that? Do we do it through a pregnancy test? Anyone could get that and fake that. So do we do it through a pregnancy test where we hire staff to monitor the woman taking the pregnancy test, the same way that we monitor people who are having urinalysis? What about sonograms? Sonograms cost money. In my first pregnancy, my insurance covered 2 sonograms. So if we are looking at this, and especially if we are talking about tax policy, and we all respect our taxpayers in this building, we have to think about the fact that this is flawed because it is opened up to a number of possible lies. And while I actually do believe in the good intent of some of the previous speakers, because pregnancy is frightening, especially when you're doing it alone, child loss and miscarriage is terrifying and heartbreaking. But there are people out there, unfortunately, who do take advantage of this and commit tax fraud. And there is no loophole, or there are tons of loopholes in this that we really have not closed and have not addressed. To my knowledge, there is one other state that has implemented something similar to this, and that is the state of Georgia. I believe that their tax credit, I think it's up to $3,000 a year. And again, while I think this is good intent, this is difficult tax policy. And I can't remember if it's the Tax Foundation or if it's another taxation group that called Georgia's policy very flawed, very difficult to track, very difficult to implement. And so if this is a body that really cares about getting things right when it comes to giving these benefits to those who deserve it, we need to look at figuring out a way to prove pregnancy, because this is rife for tax fraud. And frankly, we need to make sure that we are locking that down a little bit more. We have passed a lot of tax policy in here that has really created a budgetary sieve. This is one of those things. So I appeal to the fiscal conservative in you and to those of you who want to make sure that we are monitoring this properly to vote this down and perhaps send it back for further discussion, where we are not just covering the emotional issues behind child support or fetal tax credits, but sending it to tax, where we can actually look at this from a logical and numerical standpoint. I do not think that just letting Georgia be our test subject for legislation is a wise way for us to proceed, and so I would urge the body to do otherwise. Thank you.
Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions for the carrier of the committee report.
Yeah.
Hello. Just because I'm trying to be clear in my head. Is it only the mother that can file for the tax credit?
So the tax credit, you have to have a social security number to get it. So you get a tax credit anyway if you have a dependent, and the mother and the father, you know, sometimes one gets, I mean, if they're not married filing jointly, one gets the exemption for the dependent, not both. That's their decision, however they file their taxes. This is very similar to that. You have to have a social security number to go back and get that double exemption.
Yeah.
So it's not about the pregnancy, it's going back to the pregnancy, but it doesn't actually happen until the year the child is born.
Okay.
So it's a social security number is required.
Okay. And
No, yeah, for sure.
so I've had some questions posed to me regarding like in a divorce.
Yeah.
And that complicates everything once there's a divorce. So how would that play out in a divorce? And what if the mother does not want to file for the tax credit and the father file for that? Even if they're divorced or even separated?
Yeah, and so again, it just depends on if they're married, you know, if they're filing separately, who's going to get that exemption for that dependent?
Yeah.
Who, I mean, because if the child was born in June, let's say, one person gets to claim that child as a dependent, either the mother or the father, and however that happens, who has custody, or I don't know, whatever it is. And in the same way, that same entity would get the exemption for the unborn child.
Okay. And I think a previous representative mentioned something about surrogacy. That was another question that's been posed to me by constituents.
Yeah, again, it's whoever has the social security number and is using that social security number to file the taxes.
So it really would not be the woman who is carrying the baby. It's really,
It's really the unborn child
Yeah.
that is getting the exemption,
ah,
you know, rather than, I mean, that's,
that's a good point. Okay.
so, so it's kind of a double exemption as a dependent, and then just, it's a double exemption for that first year of the child's life, actually. Is it maybe an easy way to explain it?
And I can foresee some lawsuits happening
Okay.
between, like, I don't know, I mean, do you think that could happen?
Well, I mean, I think there
And the
are, I
surrogacy
think
and the-
there, well, that's a complicated situation anyway, and we
Yeah.
are seeing lawsuits pop up about decisions about what's going to happen with all of that anyway. But
Right.
in this case, this is pretty simple. It's about the social security number.
Okay.
And yeah, the person.
And one more question again for clarification. I think someone else already asked this. How is the pregnancy going to be verified? Is that going to be through that social security number and?
You mean, so there, you don't have to verify the pregnancy, only, you know, if there was a live birth, then there was a pregnancy.
Right.
And if there was a stillbirth, there are statutes do define that. It's 20 weeks. There's such thing as a
Right.
stillbirth certificate. There's another name. I can't remember what it was. So you have to be able to show that
Okay.
or a social security number because there was a live birth, so it meant that
Right.
there was a pregnancy.
Please, one more question.
Yeah, no problem.
The next question is for a stillbirth. What if the stillbirth happens in the home and
Yeah.
there's no medical person around?
Yeah, it's completely voluntary if somebody would want to take this exemption or not. And so if after 20 weeks, I think most people would need to go to the hospital for a procedure. But if they choose not to, that is their decision, absolutely. If they do go to the hospital and they do want to present that stillbirth certificate, they can do that. But it's up to the parents what they want to do about that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for indulgence of all the questions. I'm very conflicted with this bill, and so I was asking some questions to try to get some clarifications. The one thing that I was very concerned about is whether there needed to be some kind of way to verify that the person was pregnant, because that opens up to a lot of other things, you know, such as, you know, the state possibly tracking women's pregnancies. We're hearing this in other states that is happening, and I did not want to see this bill going in that direction. Yeah, we don't want to see government interfere in, under the guise of helping a pregnant Kansan. We don't want to open it up to excessive tracking and government overreach into the private medical records and decisions. So thank you to the carrier of the report, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not an issue I usually speak on, but this became a tax discussion, so I got very interested here. When I look at the bill itself, it doesn't, the amendment, and I'm focusing on the amendment, it doesn't really say much at all on how this is going to work. It just adds, or any unborn child, and amendments there, you know, the statute refers to the statute. For any unborn child, the taxpayer shall apply to the Department of Revenue to be assigned a taxpayer identification number to be used for the unborn child for income tax returns. And it says a personal exemption of $23.20 for each dependent child for which such taxpayer is entitled to the deduction for the taxable year for federal income tax purposes. Would the carrier of the, reading the language,
That was the language that came over from the Senate.
so you guys have changed this?
We made an amendment in the conference committee, and so that's not the most up-to-date language.
Do you, do you have the language? I'm sorry.
It's right here.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right, to just answer a couple of questions. So when I was listening to the debate, even with this exemption, you're saying, for example, let's say I was born in April, so
Okay,
my mom,
happy birthday almost.
yes, almost, I know. I don't really celebrate birthdays anymore as I get great, anyway, and lose hair and get older. But, so she would have been pregnant the year before.
Right.
And you're saying she would not get the exemption? I don't,
Yeah,
that year?
she would. So for live births, the unborn personal exemption shall be an additional exemption for any qualifying dependent, meaning that they have a social security number. So in April, you would have gotten a social security number, and
So it becomes just a double exemption?
it's that exactly.
Okay. And then so you don't get the exemption until it's born. So she wouldn't get the exemption.
Right.
So even though she was pregnant the year before, it's not till you're born and then it's a double exemption.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And then now, the IRS doesn't recognize dependents that aren't born yet. So that's why.
And this is only state, this is not, the federal government, this is only state.
Right.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be, so I'm trying to think of my mind. So the Kansas Department of Revenue would be the one that would have to handle these dependents.
Yep.
So they would assign some kind of taxpayer identification.
No, once they're born, they have a social security number.
Okay, but what about the ones that aren't born? Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So the ones that,
They have a stillbirth certificate.
okay, so they would assign a taxpayer identification number to that? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how,
Mhm.
okay.
I don't think, I think the certificate, you would claim the exemption on your taxes for that year. And then you could either, according to our tax expert in the House, you might need to attach the stillbirth certificate, stillbirth document, or you just might keep it and if you got audited, they would check back to see because you are issued a stillbirth document after 20 weeks in a medical facility.
I don't see all that language there. Okay, but I'm trying to figure out how this would work. So that would,
So a certificate of stillbirth, yeah.
all right, thank you. I think I'm trying to, all right. Let's try to figure out this. So to me, this seems kind of complicated. And I'm not sure what more work the Department of Revenue would have to do because we're rating a whole different class here. And what cost of implementation they would have. It seems like an easier way to do that. I mean, this really isn't a lot of money when you think about it to the person getting the exemption. $2,320 exemption, it's only worth whatever your tax rate is times that exemption. So for most people, you're probably talking about $120 probably is what would reduce their taxes by. So it's not really a lot of money to that person.
Representative, could you use both mics?
Use both mics? Okay. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So since this is an exemption, it's not a credit, that $2,320, the amount it actually affects your taxes would be your tax rate times that 2320. So we're talking probably around $120, $125 maybe that would cut their taxes. And it seems like a complicated way to do it. It seems like if we want to help pregnant women write off their cost of pregnancy, we just give them a tax credit for $200, $250, something that they could use for all their purchases. That seems like a lot easier and cleaner way to do this. This seems pretty complicated, and I'm worried about how it'll work. Obviously, the amendments that were done in conference committee help it clear it up some, but it still seems kind of complicated to me. It seems like it'd be a whole lot easier just to provide tax credit to pregnant women to cover those purchases. Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the carrier of the committee report. Thank you. I'm just a little confused, and maybe it's been clarified, but I couldn't hear everything real well. But when, this is to collect child support too for services for the unborn child,
Oh, okay, yes.
is that right? Okay, so how are we determining paternity? Are we doing that when the mother says she's pregnant, or at what point is that happening?
So just to clarify, we're talking about the child support back to conception piece of this, and not the kind of what we've been talking about, the tax implications. Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
The same as we do in any child support case, the mother might file, and then the court, it's at the court's discretion. They investigate. There might need to be a paternity test. And so it's the same as assuming usually the mother's going to file once the baby's born. And so that's when she's going to go back to get the child support and ask for it for her pregnancy-related expenses.
Okay, and then the alleged father isn't going to be responsible until that child is proven to be his, unless they're married and they know.
Yeah, just the same as any child support, kind of the court's discretion about how do we determine, I mean, if he doesn't deny paternity, but if he did, there can be, the court is dealing with child support all the time. He said, she said, all of that. So it's the same, it's just kind of the same procedure as we have with any child support cases.
So what happens if there's a stillbirth and paternity hasn't been established?
In that case, there would be a birth certificate, stillbirth certificate, like we said, at the hospital. And again, it's voluntary if they would want to take that exemption or not. But at that, so what happens in a case where there's in tax, if there's two parents, mother and father, and one takes a tax exemption. So in this case, if it was a stillbirth, they could take that exemption, and then whoever files first can take it. The person filing next, if they took it too, then it's up to the Department of Revenue to go back and decide which one actually gets the exemption.
Right. Yeah. My question was though, if there's a pregnancy, okay, there's a stillbirth, and paternity has not been established. Let's just say they're dating or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and paternity has not been established. How do they determine, is it in the bill where that, the father or the alleged father has to pay
No,
child support?
the bill's
or
pretty
anything like that?
simple. It just is that, the mother would be the one that has a certificate of stillbirth.
Right.
So she could take that exemption if there was a.
But would he have to go back and pay for any care that, any doctor's bills and things like that have
No,
been accrued since?
the child support piece.
You know what I
Actually,
mean?
That's a good question. Yeah, my first thought was the child support piece is about pregnancy-related expenses. So
Right.
I suppose she could file for that, and then they could, the court, it would be up to the court, their discretion to decide.
Right, because I mean, my deal would be, is that there's no paternity established, and there's already been a stillbirth, so.
Up to the court. They have a lot of discretion on things.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. I do have just a couple questions for Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. So we didn't have a hearing in either chamber on the tax exemption provision of this bill, and a number of questions have been answered. There are just a couple more that I was hoping to have addressed. So I guess my first question is there a tax exemption for unborn children in any other state? And we mentioned Georgia earlier, but that's a tax credit. So I'm wondering about a
Wow.
tax exemption for any other state.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Okay, I don't think there is. The other question, this is more of a technical question. So we've addressed that the tax exemption is for when the child is born. But I'm wondering, is the exemption per pregnancy or per child? So in the case of like twins, triplets, et cetera, do they receive the exemption for each of the children, or is it just one per pregnancy?
Yeah, no, it's the same as if you have twins, you get an exemption for each child.
For the dependent?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it would be the same as that. So there's a social security number for, the twins each have different numbers. And so there's 2 exemptions for the child, 2 exemptions. It's a double exemption for each child that's born that year.
Okay, so for twins, it would be 4 exemptions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was all. So I do appreciate the carrier answering those questions. I do generally feel like the tax exemption portion of this bill is completely unvetted. There are no other states in the country, to my knowledge, that have a tax exemption for unborn children. We didn't have a hearing in either chamber about the provisions of that section. And generally, I think it's a disingenuous offer. I mean, we heard earlier from a member that for a dependent tax exemption, it's going to save an average head of household approximately $120. That's a one-time tax break. I support helping pregnant women, and I support, making sure that pregnancy-related costs are paid for. But the provisions of this bill, I think, are disingenuous. There are proven much more meaningful ways to support women and families. For example, we could expand the existing child tax exemption for dependents so that it's more than $120. We're proposing this tax exemption before we even have a tax credit for children in our state. And, when we saw that happen nationally in 2021, that expanded tax credit led to a historic reduction in childhood poverty. It was at the lowest rate in American history at 5.2%. That's meaningful policy that we could pass to support women and families in America. Not to mention other things that we could be doing and that we failed to debate in this chamber, like Medicaid expansion, increasing access to food assistance, childcare assistance, and affordable housing. We just rolled back an affordable housing tax credit that could have gone a long way to supporting these families and pregnant women. So I think there are much more meaningful things that we could be doing to support women and families in these situations. I also wanted to make a point about the second aspect of this bill, which is the child support provision. We did have a robust debate about this in committee, and it's clear to me that this is unnecessary because there are already provisions in law that require that pregnancy and birth-related expenses are sought in judgments after the birth of a child for child support. So that is already required in law. What this bill is going to do is create more regulatory uncertainty, questions around who's going to pay for these pregnancy-related, or these pregnancy tests. What's going to happen if it's later determined that an obliger is not actually the legal parent? There's no reason for this. Not to mention that it's also going to lead to a loss of federal tax dollars. So right now, the federal government shares 66% of costs related to child support orders. But for their federal definition, that supplemental support begins at the birth of the child. So now we're going to start determining these child support judgments before that birth, which is going to lead to a loss in those federal tax dollars. That's going to have that shifted to SGF, something that we're already struggling with this year, paying our obligations for state general fund. So I don't think either provisions of this bill are necessary. I think there are much more meaningful things that we can do to support women and families. What I think this bill actually does is attempt to further codify fetal personhood into our state statutes. This would be the first use of fetal personhood in our civil code outside of wrongful death. And to my knowledge, the first use or application in our tax code. Kansans spoke loud and clear on August 2nd, 2022, that they do not think we should be expanding fetal personhood or expanding an anti-abortion agenda. They believe that the people of Kansas have a right to choose and to make healthcare decisions free of governmental interference. And what this bill does is advance an anti-abortion agenda. So therefore, I vote no on the CCR, and I encourage others to do the same.
Speaker recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Put him down right there. This is a really serious matter, though. It is very unfortunate that child support policy, which should be uncontroversial, has been bundled with bill text that is so dangerous to our constitutional freedoms and then packaged as a bill to help struggling parents. Let me be clear, this is not a serious bill about providing financial support to pregnant people. If we were serious, we would provide more SNAP benefits and eliminate those, eliminate the restrictions on those benefits. We would expand Medicaid to help struggling working class families in Kansas. We would feed hungry kids who are relying on their parents to try to come up with reduced price lunch fees. We would support hardworking low-income parents through eliminating the ban on broad-based categorical eligibility, which would help us as a state provide an easier method for folks to apply for the benefits that they rely on. As it stands, our benefits paperwork is about 36 pages long, which is really difficult. And to add this on top of it would make it even more difficult. But I do have some questions, not so much for the carrier, but more for us to think about. What paperwork or medical documentation would be required to support a motion for child support for a pregnancy? I know that we've talked about this a little bit, but we don't have any specifics. How would child support payment interact with other benefits that a pregnant person has or is otherwise entitled to? Would this make it so that if someone were to get these child support benefits, that they would then be removed from the benefits for SNAP or WIC or anything like that? How would the state really confirm paternity? Would this be considered one of the pregnancy-related costs? Would somebody have to provide sperm samples, blood tests? Can the father refuse to participate in these invasive tests to avoid payment? How do we determine the exact date of conception? Would a pregnant person need to submit records to the court specifying their personal information about their menstrual cycle or how frequently they had sexual intercourse? What is a pregnancy-related expense? I've had pregnancies. There are a ton of expenses involved in it, but what would this involve? Could I include toys, clothing, books? Does it include food and other nutrition for the pregnant person? Does it include a home for the pregnant person? Would that be a pregnancy-related expense? Now let's think about that one especially. Let's say that a pregnant person is in a relationship with someone and they've experienced IPV or they've experienced other conflicts and they need to move. Are they then entitled to receive payment so that they can move out of the household? I mean, doesn't sound like a terrible idea to me. I think everyone deserves a home. What would happen if a pregnant person experienced a pregnancy loss, such as a miscarriage? Would the child support paid to them have to be refunded to the father? That's a really good question as well. Would medical costs for the treatment of miscarriage be included in the medical and pregnancy-related costs? And how does this interact with the exemption of the so-called elective abortion from this definition? To my knowledge, family court systems are already able to provide backdated child support that includes pregnancy-related expenses. But I also wonder, a couple years back when we were discussing non-cooperation with child support enforcement for SNAP benefits, how this may affect that as well. Would a father, presumably, who was not wanting to cooperate with child support enforcement on this bill, would his family still be entitled to receive the SNAP benefits? We don't know. We don't know how that could affect that. Additionally, a previous speaker stated that we are doing everything we can to help support growing families, but we aren't. If we were, we would support them by offering paid family leave, Medicaid expansion, expanded SNAP benefits, essentially eliminating the HOPE Act provisions that were enacted several years ago. If we really want to support our families, we have to give them the benefits they need to succeed. And maybe this was thought up in a way that really emphasized that my colleagues and my friends wanted to try to do this support. But I have stood here so many times offering amendments and in committee bills trying to expand these benefits to our low-income families who are struggling, and it's been shot down every time. But yet we come up with this. As a previous speaker mentioned, even bill proponents in committee testified that courts are already able to do this. Codifying it into law and pretending that we are helping struggling parents is, as was previously said, disingenuous at best. Telling a single mom who's struggling that she needs to hire a lawyer and go to the court to get any assistance that she is due, rather than passing policies that we have already tried time and time again to pass, is ridiculous, bordering on asinine. I guess
Your
we
words,
should.
Representative.
I will watch my words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that anti-abortion lobbyists would construct the most complicated, unworkable law in order to advance their extreme anti-abortion agenda. An agenda, I might add, that is wildly out of step with over 60% of Kansas voters and well over 70% in my own district. Because truly, this bill is not about helping struggling families. It's about furthering that anti-abortion agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there we go.
Speaker recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill, please.
Try.
Thank you. This has been a really interesting conversation. Are there any restrictions on what the money can be used for that is saved?
Your tax exemption. Just whenever you file your own tax return, and you might not get money back. So an exemption is just, it's not we're not talking about a tax credit, we're talking about exemption.
So
Same as always.
there's going to be no oversight on what people actually put that towards? Pregnancy-related expenses?
Oh, you're talking about child support.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, back to not the tax credit, not the tax exemption.
Any money that would be saved under this legislation or given to a parent under this legislation, will there be oversight through the government on how it is spent?
Pregnancy-related expenses, and that is up to the court. Just when you're getting regular child support, the same sort of oversight that the court does when they're involved with child support, that's exactly the same.
And that would include food, presumably, perhaps soda and candy?
Pregnancy-related expenses.
Okay. I have one more question.
Okay.
Thank you. Is the expectation that women's private medical records would be opened up to the IRS for scrutiny?
I see nothing in this bill that would insinuate that that's what's going to happen, or that would require nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't appreciate the government getting into people's private decisions. I don't think that's our job here. I think that the people of Kansas spoke on this issue, and it's very clear that this legislation is fraught with complications that we don't have any answers to and very little clarity. Kansas also would be one of the first states in the country to do this, and we're headed into a recession. I think it's extremely irresponsible to be making significant financial decisions when we don't know what the economic outlook over the next couple of years will be. I would encourage us all to respect the privacy of Americans and to stop interjecting the government into those private decisions.
The speaker recognizes Representative Lewis for an announcement. Never mind. Representative Slingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for making me do this. Is that what it says on the sheet? Something like that.
I'm not sure what you're referencing,
On
Representative.
the bingo sheet, what's the phrase? Now you made me do this?
Yeah.
You made me do this. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just introduce what I'm about to say that will be relevant to the bill, I promise. That the adjectivus non gratis, beginning with the first letter of the alphabet that we are not allowed to use, actually is from a Latin word referring to a donkey. And now I understand the offensive nature of the word. I'm sure that the members of the pachyderm party don't appreciate being called donkeys. But I just wanted to make this point, and trust me, this will be relevant to the bill. I had a donkey once. Now, donkeys are anything but stupid. The donkey's name was Buddy. And I got Buddy because I was interested in what came out of the back end of the donkey because I composted for a truck garden that I once had. And
Representative, does this pertain to the bill in any way, shape, or form?
I promise it will. Yes, sir.
Continue.
Now, Buddy almost kicked my 2-year-old in the head, and so I got rid of Buddy. And every time we'd drive by a field, my kids saw a donkey, they would begin to cry and tell me what a poor father I was for getting rid of their beloved donkey. The thanks one gets from one's kids. Now, to the bill. There are good things in this bill, and we heard about those things. Supporting pregnant women, I think, is a very important part of this bill. All the rest of this, however, is going to end up in court and is going to be the object of a great deal of litigation. And perhaps that's the point of this bill. Because as you know, some of us anyway, the majority of us voted to put something on the ballot in the midterms, in the primary. If the point of this bill is to demonstrate that the judges that are going to have to rule on this are in some way not amenable to what we're trying to do here, it is going to cause a great deal of uproar and possibly get people riled up about that amendment. But I'm going to suggest to you that this is a great gift to the donkeys, to the Jacks and Jennies sitting on the side of the room. This bill will do us on this side of the room a great favor, because this bill will help rile people up and get them ready for the constitutional amendment on which we have already voted. And judicial selection will be about two things. It'll be about women's access to health care and their own choice, and it will also.
Representative,
be
I'm going to
about-
bump you back towards the matter at hand and the subject matter at hand. And
Well, vouchers.
other
Well, the subject
legislation.
matter is the effect that this bill is going to have on the midterm elections.
That's fine. Proceed.
And I honestly believe that this is going to be great for the donkey side of the aisle. And that is my point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I say anything, this is a really tough subject, so I just want to acknowledge for people who has dealt with pregnancy loss or has tried to get pregnant that I just want to acknowledge that this is a very tough subject, and I am keeping you in my thoughts as I go forward because, yeah, we're talking about something that's pretty tough. So this bill is about to further codify fetal personhood into Kansas law. Period. Fetal personhood laws attempt to grant fetuses the same legal rights and statuses as people post-birth. When fetal personhood is established in law, it fundamentally changes the legal rights and status of pregnant people, opening the door for surveillance and criminalization of healthcare during pregnancy. That would have happened to my sister when her water broke at 24 weeks in my house. We did not know that her water had broken, and so I gave her a new pair of pants, and we went to Lady Bird Diner, and then later on that night, she found herself stuck in the hospital for 2 weeks. My sister was the person that I cared about at that moment, and I'm happy my niece, she'll be 2 years old. She was born at 26 weeks. She'll be 2 years old on Monday, or the first, whenever the first is. Could the carrier of the concurrent, whatever, CCR, please stand for question. A few questions. Yeah, thank you very much for being here, and thank you for being so gracious to take questions. Is the motivation behind this bill to insert fetal personhood language in Kansas statute? I'll ask a couple of questions, and then if you want to go one by one, or we can do a combined. Several attempts were made to remove fetal personhood language from this bill in an attempt to compromise. Why is the fetal personhood language necessary for this bill? If this bill can exist without it, is the goal to help pregnant Kansans financially? Why is this particular language necessary?
The reason it's necessary, it's a definition because unborn child is, when we're talking about the child support from conception, it's a definition, but it is already in our criminal code and it's in our civil code. There's nothing new in this bill that asserts fetal personhood. We already have language in our statutes, in the civil code and in the criminal code. Nothing new in this bill about that. So we're not, we needed a definition because that language was used in the bill.
All right, a couple of more questions. How does this language benefit pregnant Kansans when we've seen negative impacts for such language across this country time and time again? Are you familiar with the language that is used across the country to undermine reproductive rights?
I'm not familiar with what you said happened across the country. I have no idea
So,
what you're talking about.
So across the country, confusing laws when it comes to reproductive rights have led to women dying in parking lots because of confusion with medical staff. This bill further codifying fetal personhood is a disingenuous tactic used by those who oppose comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care. This bill is about elevating the rights of a fetus to an equivalent or superior status of those of the pregnant person. This is going to make it easier to criminalize and restrict abortion, much like my sister when she found herself having her water broken, that would have been awful if she had to make a tough decision. She lived in Missouri at the time. And then granting fetuses, embryos, fertilized eggs, constitutional rights has further range of radical implications. Fetal personhood changes the legal rights of the status of the pregnant patient and prioritizes the fetus over the life and rights of the pregnant person. This is an anti-abortion tactic, and it is very dangerous, and it will lead to deaths of women. We have a high maternal mortality rate in this state, and we should reflect on that as we move further discussing this bill.
I would remind the members of the body that questions are not to be used as a form of debate, and to obtain the information that's needed or required about the bill and then articulate your debate or your comments moving forward. Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this bill for many reasons that have already been stated. I want to talk a little bit about some more. One, I've heard the discussion of pregnancy-related costs being discussed here a lot, and that the provisions of this bill would maybe net somebody $100, $150 to help address pregnancy-related costs. Let's talk about what pregnancy-related costs are. They are co-pays at doctor's offices. They are your deductibles for your health insurance and other out-of-pocket costs for sonograms, extra monitoring. Those are pregnancy-related costs. Those should be covered by health insurance, and I look forward to bringing this debate next year. I also heard earlier today that this bill, one of the benefits of this bill is that it helps encourage growing our state population. And that really struck me because I have a lot of friends who are considering having children, who have been deliberating about this. I hear this from constituents around my community at the door. This is what I hear when they think about whether they want to have children and bring new Kansans into this world. They say, I can't afford childcare if I have a kid. I can't afford a bigger place to live or a more expensive rent. I'm afraid of what will happen to my health care if something goes wrong with the pregnancy. I even had grandparents at the door when I was canvassing talking about how their children cannot afford to have children and therefore they don't get grandchildren. And they talked about childcare and housing. Those are the expenses that families are facing. I am very fortunate. I've had 2 healthy pregnancies and 2 live births. And when I was pregnant, if you would have dangled $150 in front of me, sure, that might have helped for a minute. But here's what I was really thinking about and what I think others are thinking about too. What about my $6,000 deductible on my health insurance that I'm going to have to pay? What about maternity leave? What if I want to stay home with my child for 3 months, but I don't know how to pay the bills in that meantime? This is what we should be talking about. Learning how to take care of a new child should be precedent, not worrying about how you're going to pay your bills. Yeah, we offer no guarantee of paid leave in this state. And again, knowing that there would be childcare available and affordable for my child. The other thing I heard earlier is that we're doing everything we can to help families financially in this state. And I gotta say, we are not. We are not helping families feed their children. We are not assuring that all parents have access to health care and that they can afford their health care. We are not providing child tax credits to help with the cost of actually raising children. We are not taking steps to make childcare more affordable. And I just really want to hit this point home. I just paid our childcare bill a few days ago for this month. It was $1,030. That's for 1 month for 1 child. This is what families are worried about. We are not taking steps to make housing more affordable. We are not making higher education and job training more affordable. We are not passing meaningful property tax relief. We certainly aren't doing anything to help the families who are renting. We are not increasing the minimum wage. And to sum it up, I think it's fair to say that we're doing very, very little, if anything, to actually help with the cost of raising a child in this state. I oppose this legislation.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm greatly concerned that this bill could gut our child support services under DCF. The practical implications of this could cause us to lose a lot of federal funding. So currently, the child support section of this is funded 66% by the Federal Office of Child Support Enforcement. The federal office establishes parentage upon a live birth. This bill is going to start that process in utero and also potentially require in utero paternity testing, which is costly. It's about $1,400 per test. So we have this bill going into effect this year. We could lose over half of the support for this program, and we don't have anything in our budget or any vehicle in our budget to pay for this. So the women that we are trying to help, the new mothers, when they come to our state to ask for help, to fill out all of the paperwork for child support, to go to the court and receive these monthly payments, we may not have the staff and resources to help them navigate that process. Without that assistance from the federal Title 4D program, we are actually, I think, putting moms at more risk of not receiving child support. And we did not back this bill up with the funding. We did not put it in the budget. We don't have the resources available for our child support function that's in DCF right now. So I do have very big practicality concerns for what we're trying to do with this. I urge caution when you're making this decision, because I'm not sure if that is the intent here, but it is a very real possibility that's going to happen. And so I guess I just wanted to bring that up. And if you want to look more into that, it is, this information is in the fiscal note. Sorry, I will not say that incorrectly. And it's like real life implications for mothers seeking child support payments. And honestly, if it's not going to get them this big help with hospital bills and pregnancy related expenses all that much sooner than if we just go through our current child support process. So I think that this is not really doing what some people may think it is. I have one more point I wanted to make about that, but I highlighted my notes all weird. So I do appreciate you taking the time to listen on it. Again, this requires cooperative fathers, and also going back to the expense and the staff needs for this. Our staff spends a lot more time trying to collect on child support than they do actually bring in that money. So this will likely increase our arrearage balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Carmichael, or sir, excuse me, for an announcement, Speaker recognizes Representative Lewis.
Good morning, body. The committee, select investigative committee meeting scheduled for 11:30 will be canceled in light of the ongoing debate. There are too many people in the body that need to participate in that, including, of course, the carrier of this bill who's on the committee. We will continue the investigation in the few days before the veto session, and I will be giving you more details about that later today. Thank you.
Now, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to HB 2062. I had intended to be brief here today so that I could attend the proceedings of the investigating committee, but the need for brevity is now evaporated. Why do abortion politics have to infect everything we do here? When I first heard about this bill, it was a bill to make sure that fathers paid their fair share. And my immediate thought was, well, of course, that's a good idea. Wasn't thinking about abortion politics, was thinking about what's just and fair. As I looked more into it, of course, that's already the law. So this bill isn't about making fathers pay their fair share because that's already Kansas law. What is this bill about? This bill is about fetal personhood. We're now letting abortion politics infect our tax code. We're making up concepts that are novel concepts in tax law, in law in the United States. We're up here talking about whether or not a fetus needs a tax credit. Fetuses don't pay taxes. What are we doing here? I think what we're doing here is continuing a debate that has already been decided by our constituents and the citizens of Kansas. There was an amendment to the Constitution placed on the ballot in an election in which, quite frankly, people like me thought that pro-life people would turn out in droves to support, quote unquote, life. But in fact, what happened is nearly 60% of Kansans and an even higher percentage in my district said, stay out of my business. We have a right to bodily autonomy in this state. And all this does is just continue a divisive debate that gets us nowhere. We need to get on with our business. We need to get on with looking out for living children, children with disabilities, children with no food on their plate, children with bad schools. But instead, we engage in a meaningless debate about fetal personhood in an attempt to continue the abortion war. We need to get on with the people's business. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hubert. Representative Sawyer Clayton. For a second time.
My apologies for the delay, Body. I had to put my jacket on so that I was, within the rules here. And, what I want to bring to your attention, and part of the reason why I'm up here for a second time, is in regards to rules. I had a discussion with another representative about this a little bit earlier, and I have some concerns here. So if you could all please pull up your Kansas Constitution, either on your laptop or if you have a hard copy. Let's go ahead and take a look at Article 2, Section 16. It reads, subject and title of bills, amendment or revival of statutes. No bill shall contain more than one subject, except appropriation bills and bills for revision or codification of statutes. Now, this was originally a bill that had to do with child support. I'm on the Federal and State Affairs Committee. We heard this bill in that committee last year. I believe it was vetoed. And then, unfortunately, what happened in that other chamber we try not to talk about, and especially from a senator that I really try not to talk about, was that an amendment was brought to include the income tax exemptions. So I have some concerns here that I really want to address regarding the fact that child support and income tax exemptions are two very different subjects. So just calling that to the attention of the body, making it very clear that I have those concerns. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a second time. And body, thank you for your patience and respect during this necessary debate. Thank you.
Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is not fine.
Seeing no further discussion, you may close.
Thank you, body. I would just like to quickly mention that we have answers to every question that was brought up. What about this? What about that? How did this happen? We met with the Kansas Department of Revenue. They said, no problem. This is going to be easy with our tax forms. Answers to every question. And with that, sorry, let me get my, I close and move my amendment. Thank you. Or sorry, I close on my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2062. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Dorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Bourgeon, Carr, Lewis, Potter Parshall, Simmons, Sutton.
Representative Potter Parshall votes aye. Representative Sutton votes aye. Representative McDonald for an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill pretends to put the financial needs of pregnant women first, but really it just opens the door to government interference, surveillance, and overreach. This proposed law exposes the expectant mother and father to government scrutiny and invasive tracking to access a minuscule financial support. I vote no on the Conference Committee report of House Bill 2062.
Representative Lewis votes aye. Representative Bourgeon votes aye. Representative Simmons votes no. Representative Bohai is excused. Representative Carr votes no. With all members in attendance, call is raised. Does any other member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, with 187 having voted in favor and got a lot more members all of a sudden. All right, with 87 having voted in favor and 38 against the passage of House Bill 2062, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Awerkamp for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2240.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So out of conference, House Bill 2240 requires the legislative approval for any agency to seek or implement an amendment or waiver to public assistance programs or Medicaid. It also requires the legislative approval for changes to services for the IDD community changes. When the legislature is not in session, the LCC will have the ability to approve these requests. So why is it needed? Often these changes result in increased costs or changes to the people we represent. So due to those impacts, it's probably a good decision to have a check or a second set of eyes looking at these changes to make sure they are what we want. So in conference, we had to clarify that the changes to the IDD services also fall under the LCC's ability to accept those changes when we're not in session. The Senate had put an amendment on that was, I think, an error from their intention. It did not include the LCC or the IDD changes and the ability for the LCC to approve those when we're not in session. little bit of history. This bill passed the House before turnaround. The Senate had their own version. They passed it before turnaround. They ended up working on our bill after turnaround. And then yesterday, the Senate passed it 31-9. Happy to see. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report and happy to stand for questions.
Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't support HB 2240 when it came through this chamber last time. The conference committee work was not enough to convince me that this is a good idea, that it's not going to delay services. I would encourage the chamber to go back, see how you voted then, and stick with that vote now. Thank you.
Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make the same remarks I did when we first heard this bill here. This is incredible, incredible legislative overreach into the responsibilities of the executive branch. The carrier of the bill mentioned having an extra set of eyes is good. I don't think we understand here how many things we're talking about. This bill requires that all changes, simple, mundane changes that states make to programs all the time to keep in compliance with federal regs, update certain things for Medicaid, for SNAP, for child care assistance, for TANF. Those are all going to have to go before some sort of legislative body now. Just looking at the Medicaid ones alone, not even the 3 other programs, just the Medicaid ones, every single administration that we've had since I've been an adult has had over 100 things that would have had to go on before a legislative body. This is extreme overreach and will be an incredible bottleneck and very cumbersome. I urge you to vote no.
Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Body, I did have some original concerns about this bill. I think the amendment that the LCC will act within 14 days will certainly help and not bottleneck anything up for needed services. And so with that, I would appreciate your support of this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2240. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Proctor votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 90 having voted in favor and 35 against the passage of House Bill 2240, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Representatives Tarwater, Turk, and Sawyer-Clayton are appointed to replace Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on HB 2045. Are there announcements? Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will be holding agenda at 1 o'clock, 152 South, 1 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further announcements, Representative Adam Smith.
House and Senate will continue tax conference immediately upon recess down in 218 North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Republicans, we will calendar in the old Supreme Court room at 1 p.m. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. House will be in order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on S-Sub HCR 5011. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Sub SB 45. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 50. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 64. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 250. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2122.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to concur on House Bill 2228.
Hello, body. I bring you House Bill 2228. House Bill 2228 was a bill that was introduced this session by the Attorney General. Throughout the session, it was negotiated between the League of Kansas Municipalities and the Attorney General's office, and so it is actually coming to us quite late. The bill was supported by the AG, Kansas Chamber, U.S. Chamber Institute for Legal Reform, and the League of Kansas Municipalities is also in favor the way the bill is written now. They were not at the beginning, but they are now. This issue was first brought to us for consideration in 2020. If you all were here then, you know what happened in 2020. Pretty much everything got cut short. It was brought to us by our previous Attorney General, and it has to do with local governments signing on to class action lawsuits, especially in 2020. It was about the opioid crisis. And so it was a statewide settlement. It made a statewide settlement difficult when local governments were kind of jumping in to class action lawsuits themselves against the pharmaceutical manufacturers. Attorneys general have historically been the ones to bring claims for cases where there are more broad societal problems. But more and more frequently, we've seen local governments joining class action lawsuits for opioid addiction, projects attributed to climate change, data privacy breaches, and vehicle theft. Most recently, this happened. Fort County joined on to a lawsuit that was filed by the Attorney General of California, and it had to do with Exxon engaging in deceptive business practices with recycling plastics. So it's come up again. HB 2228 seeks to strike a balance between the need for local governments to pursue their own litigation while also providing transparency and coordination as a statewide approach. This bill requires that certain conditions be met for a local unit of government before they can enter into a contingency fee contract for legal services. They have to have a public meeting and include the reasons why they're pursuing that matter, qualifications and experience of the attorneys or law firms that are going to be involved with this. They have to talk about the nature of any relationship between the political subdivisions of the counties, cities, and the attorney and the firm, why the legal services cannot be performed by other attorneys. And then this bill requires the political subdivision, so again, the counties or the cities, to make a finding in writing that it is in the best interest of the residents to enter into that contract services themselves. Before such contingency fee arrangements would be allowed to go into effect, the Attorney General must offer their approval after the public meeting, after they've explained in writing why they want to have it. Then the Attorney General can offer approval. It doesn't keep the local governments from doing these, but it's just giving more transparency and an ability for the Attorney General statewide to weigh into it in case that would be in the best interest of all the residents of the state. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm barely prepared to speak on this particular bill, and there's a reason why. This bill came to us from 242, Senate Bill 242, that was heard in judiciary, to my knowledge, didn't pass out of judiciary on the Senate side. It's certainly neither 242 nor 2228 was heard at all at any point on the House side. Not in conference committee, not in judiciary where it should have been hashed out, and not on the House floor where we're barely having a debate on it. This is just a motion to concur, an up or down vote. This is not how the process should work. And the carrier of the bill said that this was hashed out between the League of Municipalities and the AG's office. That's all well and good, but it takes us to actually hear proponent and opponent testimony and make a determination of whether this is good legislation and good policy for the state of Kansas. We didn't do that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am going to make a motion to refer this bill 2228 back to Committee of Judiciary.
Representative, that motion is not in order.
Alas, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Apologize. Mr. Speaker, I will make a substitute motion then to non-concur and then to, so that it can be referred back to judiciary or another committee or a conference committee can be appointed so that we can figure out what to do with this bill.
Just to make sure that the body understands, you're making a substitute motion to non-concur and that a new conference committee be appointed.
That is correct.
This is a debatable motion. Representative Humphreys.
Body, I don't disagree that there are some aspects of this that are a little bit hard to understand, that we did not vote on this in the Judiciary Committee. But I will tell you, it has been vetted and re-vetted this session. And I would encourage you to vote against the motion. This is good legislation, and it is something that we do need to get done.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion, of the substitute motion to non-concur and return the bill to committee. This is not a bill which has been properly vetted at all. I don't know how many of you have heard from your cities and your communities, but I've certainly heard from mine. They tell me that whatever deal the League of Municipalities negotiated was a bad deal. It appears to me that the non-existent committee in the House that heard this bill, there was none, failed to take into consideration what's known as the Home Rule Amendment to the United States Constitution, or excuse me, the Kansas Constitution. It gives cities, counties, the right to litigate cases based upon what their city council, their city commissioners, and their citizens believe is best. The bill as it presently stands is overreach by our Attorney General. As it presently stands, I couldn't support it because our Attorney General has a terrible record when it comes to this type of litigation. The most shining example is what happened with the Winter Storm Uri price-fixing cases. Derek Schmidt pursued those cases, hired a good and qualified law firm to try to recover literally millions of dollars from which were defrauded by ratepayers in Kansas because of price-fixing and profiteering during a major disaster. Not only that, he retained counsel to recover the funds that the state of Kansas had to put up to bail out municipal utilities who weren't able to pay the bills. Cities retained counsel to pursue cases under a different theory of recovery. But the Attorney General, who now asks you to vote for this bill in its present form, without any hearing at all in the House, he managed to botch the litigation. He fired the attorneys that Derek Schmidt had hired. By press reports, it's because he didn't like their politics. And then from there on out, the Attorney General's office, and I think another firm he hired, they didn't respond in a timely manner to discovery requests. They got behind the ball. The court was pressing them to pursue their litigation. And eventually the Attorney General threw up his hands, said what he had previously said was a good, valid lawsuit that he would pursue had no merit. And as a result, Kansans are out millions of dollars. This bill, if it's not to be defeated, it certainly needs proper vetting. Proper vetting to take away the power of the Attorney General to tell cities and counties in violation of the Home Rule Amendment to the Kansas Constitution whether or not they can hire lawyers and whether or not they can pursue lawsuits that are necessary to protect the rights of their citizens. So I urge you to vote yes on the substitute motion to non-concur.
Seeing no further debate, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close and move my motion.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor, hold on. A yes vote on this will send this back to conference. A no vote will keep it on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The division has been called. Clerk will open the roll. As every member had the opportunity to cast their vote. The clerk will close the roll. With 45 having voted in favor and 80 against the motion to send it back to conference, the motion fails. Representative, you still have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The base bill itself is problematic. The carrier of the bill said that it was hashed out by the League of Municipalities and the AG's office. I've talked with the League of Municipalities. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they're barely hanging on as a proponent. They appreciate that the AG worked with them, but you look at the municipalities, every municipality that's come to me says, this is a terrible bill, don't implement it. You look at the vote over on the Senate side, you have bipartisan no votes on 2228. Again, I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but there was probably another reason that we didn't work this in conference committee, and it's because we might not have gotten a conference committee report signed. This is bad legislation. Just in general, the way that it worked is terrible. The Attorney General knows what the proper process is. Above anybody else, knows what the proper process is to get a bill vetted and heard, and we're not doing that here. And then beyond that, the question of home rule, the question of massive overreach by the Attorney General, the question of whether a municipality can make decisions for itself. That's what we're dealing with here in this bill, is whether a municipality has the wherewithal to hire an attorney or it has to be babysat by a higher entity. This is bad legislation. I would urge a no vote on it. Thank you.
Representative Neighbor.
Would the carrier of the motion stand for a question? I'm not a lawyer. I really don't know the bill. But I do have a question. When we talk about home rule in city councils and commissions passing their concerns and stuff on to the citizens, how much is there a time limit in here that the Attorney General has to respond? Because it may slow down a process for county commissioners or city councils to act on what they're doing depending on how quickly they get a response.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know if there's a time limit or not. I can go back and look through it.
Would you? I would
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you. That's what they're doing.
Yes, it's 45 days. The AG has to reply. It started 90, but then they brought it down to 45. So now it's at 45 days where they must give an answer.
Okay, thank you so much. The reason I asked that question is I think there's a lot of unknown here. We are telling our cities and communities now that they don't matter in the process. And we represent the people of those communities. We represent the people and they elect us. And we should take that very, very seriously. I work for them. They don't work for me. And that's how I got here. And when we start playing the nose under the tent and taking away local control, I think we are opening doors that we need to be very careful about, because the people at home will know today or tomorrow that you voted against them, that you voted against their ability for home rule. And we do that over and over again. Remember, we work for them. They don't work for us.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if this is a proper time for me to ask this, but I'd like for permission to vote present. I don't feel that I can represent my people when we haven't heard this and this bill hasn't been properly vetted.
You will have the opportunity to request that if a call of the House is ordered, Representative. Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to reiterate, this is not keeping any locality from entering into these lawsuits. It is just getting the Attorney General involved in that. And with that, I close my motion. Thank you.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2228. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Nelson, Melton.
Representative Melton, please come down, state your case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really don't feel like I can make an informed vote representing my constituents when the bill wasn't properly vetted. And we very short notice on getting it, and how the whole process was, I don't think is right.
This requires 84 individuals to allow her to be exempt and vote present on this vote. If you vote aye, you are allowing for the representative to vote present. If you vote no, then she will be required to vote one way or the other. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. Representative, you can go take your seat again. Okay. All of those in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay. All those that are a no, raise your right hand. All right, here are the final calculations, and the House Clerk counted separately, and both of our numbers checked out with each other. With 45 having voted in favor and 63 against, Representative, you are required to vote either yes or no. Representative Melton votes no. Okay, are there any explanations of your votes? With all 125 members present, call is raised. Any explanations? Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With no hearing in this chamber, with no ability for us to have our say, to ask questions and so on, that's a slap in the face to everybody who sits in a chair in this chamber. We're here not to just go with whatever comes into the chamber without hearing it, without debating it, without voting on it, with good information. I think this is disgraceful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wilcott votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 73 having voted in favor and 52 against the passage of House Bill 2228, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Penn for a motion to concur in conference on House Bill 2313.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This pertains to Senate substitute for House Bill 2313. This bill went over to the Senate on 7 March with a vote out of this chamber, 95 to 27, approved for passage favorably. And in committee, it went to Fed and State Committee. It was not heard with the language that we had in it. They had some difficulties with their timeline, and what they did is they actually bundled into it a bill that was similar or touched on some of the same things. I'd like to commend everyone to take a look on the legislative website at House Bill 2313. Look at the supplemental note for it, and it can tell you a little bit more detail in the interest of time that you can take a look at, but I will, for sake of discussion, go ahead and start it off a little bit here, Mr. Speaker. Senate sub-bill for House Bill 2313 would prohibit state agencies from allowing employees to access artificial intelligence platforms of concern on state-owned or state-issued electronic devices networks, and prohibit all medical and research facilities in the state from using genetic sequencers or operational or research software used for genetic analysis produced in or by a foreign adversary or affiliated entity. I'd like to go over the portion of the bill that we actually did here, House Bill 2313, to put you in memory of it. The bill would prohibit, as we passed it out favorably, the bill will prohibit state agencies from allowing employees to access artificial intelligence platforms of concern on state-owned or state-issued electronic devices and our networks. Additionally, state agencies would be required to block user access to such platforms on state networks. State agencies that currently utilize or operate an account on those platforms of concern would be required to stop using such platform and deactivate and delete such accounts. This bill provided for the exception for state agencies accessing those platforms. The exceptions were for law enforcement activities or cybersecurity investigations. Now, what the Senate did, colleagues, when it went over to their Fed and State Committee, in the Senate side, it was Senate Bill 234. And here's what Senate Bill 234 entailed. The bill would prohibit medical and research facilities in the state from utilizing genetic sequencers or operational or research software used for genetic analysis produced in or by a foreign adversary, a state-owned enterprise or of a foreign adversary, a company domiciled within a foreign adversary, or a company-owned or company-controlled subsidiary of a company domiciled within a foreign adversary. This bill, as Senate Bill 234, would require all genetic sequencers, operational and research software used for genetic sequencers, or genetic analysis devices that are not permanently disabled to be removed and replaced with equipment that is not prohibited under this bill. The interesting piece that they had was this as well on 234. When you have to remove or replace that equipment that is prohibited, the bill will provide for, subject to appropriations, a medical facility or research facility in Kansas to request reimbursement from the state treasurer up to the cost of the replacement for the equipment and software prohibited by the bill. The bill will require that request to include purchase orders and be submitted prior to October 1st, 2025. There was a severability clause, a series of definitions, most of which we have already taken into account here, dealing with foreign adversary, countries of concern. It is all the same language that we've seen in several bills. I will go over the definitions that we have for AI and DNA. In the bill, the terms for 234 and now in 2313, Mr. Speaker, artificial intelligence platform of concern would mean the AI model DeepSeek and any AI models owned or controlled by Hangzhou DeepSeek Artificial Intelligence Basic Technology Research Company or its subsidiaries or successors. DNA, that term, would mean deoxyribonucleic acid, and chromosomes that may be analyzed to detect heritable diseases or conditions, including the identification of carriers, predicting risk of disease, or establishing a clinical diagnosis. And again, I recommend everyone to take a look at that supplemental note so they can see if there are any other things that they might want to ask questions or have concerns about. That said, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2313. I'm sorry, let me correct myself. Senate amendments to Senate sub for House Bill 2313, which is in conference. And with that, I will stand for questions, sir.
Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a fine job explaining this, or this motion did a fine job explaining it. It is a complicated product that we have before us. So I support the motion. I'm going to vote for it, and I look forward to the additional discussion that we'll have throughout the year. Thank you.
Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted for the original DeepSeek part of the bill. I thought that part was fine, but the SB 234 part did not pass either chamber. And so for that reason, I will be voting no on this one. Thank you.
Representative Estes for an announcement.
Thank you. Education will conference at 3 o'clock in room 212 North B on Senate Bill 24. Thank you.
Representative Oropeza.
I get up here to speak, thank you, Mr. Chair. I get up here to speak about the genetic sequencing. Does anybody know what real impact that will have for the state of Kansas? I can tell you as a healthcare provider, all cancers are genetic sequenced. Do I know what is being used at every academic center or every medical center or every school of medicine, school of nursing here in the state of Kansas? Or school in the state of Kansas? No, I do not. But I can tell you, it is a game changer when we do genetic testing on cancer cells. It is very individualized care, and it gives us exactly what type of treatments we need for our patients. So I guess if we would like to delay care and not hear the second half of this conference bill and figure out how this will truly impact Kansans, then I guess vote for this. If you want to make a safe and a good decision for the safety of patients here in the state of Kansas, don't vote for this now. There's no reason to rush this. We need to make sure that we truly understand the impact we have. And I do get that we are going to reimburse people, but all of that takes time. Will you take that time if you get that cancer diagnosis? Will you wait for the facilities to be reimbursed? Vote no.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier stand for a question? Thank you. So help me, because I've slept since the last time we did 2313. On the AI, can you go into more detail? Are we talking it has to be downloaded software? Is it particular applications? Is it web-based? What are we talking about?
So as I said before, if you go and take a look at what the Senate substitute for the bill is, it's called the supplemental note. It will also show you on the website what the actual bill is, and what you're talking about is section 1 of the bill right here. That deals with the DeepSeek piece of it, okay? And the second piece of it is section 2. That's the part that's talking about the DNA and medical facilities. So the research facilities, genetic sequencers. So it lays it all out right there. Is that a particular question that you have.
Well, I guess, yeah, going back to your section 1 here.
Okay.
That's what that's the AI element, not the thing that was added. That's still part of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and on that, because I voted against it, and I just want to know what I'm missing is, are there more details as far as when it says AI is not to be used on state-owned property, software, computers, what have you? Are we talking applications, tools? What are we talking about for that?
Okay, I would refer you to, and thank you for the question. I would refer you to section 1, and you can go down the different sections in the subparagraphs that it has for it. But when we talk about the definitions down here in Delta, right? Delta 1 Alpha, artificial intelligence model commonly referred to as DeepSeek, any artificial intelligence model that is owned, controlled directly or indirectly by this piece right here. So I don't think that it goes, it's talking about the platform, sir. I don't think that it's going into specificity about particular AI apps. What it's leaving is general and is talking about, are they hosted by, created by countries of concern, and then the bill further elucidates what those countries of concern are. So if it's tied to those, that's what the issue is.
No, that answers my question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier answer a quick question? I'm good, thank you. So I'm a little confused about how someone might keep current with the list of corporations or products that fall under this category. Is the state of Kansas going to keep a list on a website? Is this addressed in the bill?
No, and how we usually do bills, and that's a great question, how we usually do bills, we don't get to that level of granularity or specificity in order to rule something out, because as you state, it could be a moving target, right? It could be something that matures over time and there becomes, 2, 3, 4, 25 different types of deals. So I think that that's something that will be promulgated in both the agencies that have direction over this to keep a tracking record of that. If something bubbles up and, you can ascertain exactly who it's from. Does it fall within those countries of concerns? That vetting process to go and cross-check that's something that will be an ongoing process. As we saw even with TikTok, here with the recent kerfluffle with the US, there are some companies that can start out with those countries of concerns and then they can be bought out. And now they're no longer on that list. So that might be an option as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm still pretty concerned. I don't think that this bill has taken that into account. I'm not real techie, and I don't keep track of which companies are from which countries. And I could see how this could maybe be a policy decision for an agency to keep up with, but I would, if this does pass, I would encourage our IT people to try to find a way to keep us informed since we have state-issued devices. But I agree with my friend from Wyandotte about the concerns on the DNA provisions in this bill, so I'm unable to vote yes at this time.
Representative Shu for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to apologize to the body. It's what happens when I speak more than 3 words up here. I was wrong. The 234 was amended in Senate committee when they voted on it, so it did pass that chamber.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the previous representative for coming up and making that correction because he saved me the trouble of having to do so myself, which is how we got to Senate Sub for 2313. Thank you for that. I also want to thank our ranking member for her gracious words up here as well in support of this deeply bipartisan, deeply important bill. It will keep us on the correct national security footing, which is why the committee has looked to go ahead and work with the Senate and concede this particular piece. There are some things that we wanted in conference committee, and we received those assurances that things that are important to the House will be executed forthwith. We have those commitments, and we have the timeline for that to happen as well. But because of our rules on 1 or 2 topics, some of those things were a little hard to work through and make happen and negotiate at the right now. So we're not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I do want to go back and address one quick thing, Mr. Speaker. In the bill, as we see down in section 1 as well as section 2, the definition that we have in here about, let's see, this is section 1, subparagraph D, subparagraph B, 2, and A. Country of concern means the following: the People's Republic of China, including Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, the Republic of Cuba, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the Russian Federation, and Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Country of concern does not include include the Republic of China, Taiwan, and state agency means any state office or officers, department, board, commission, institution, or bureau, or any agency or division thereof. If we have the situation happening in Kansas, and I'm old enough to remember, when I was in the military, the Office of Management and Budget, the OMB, had a leak and sent all of our PII, personal identifying information, to China. There was a hack. And we had to pay the cost to get back our own identities. If you think that any of those countries that we just listed off as a country of concern should be receiving information, genetic information, medical information, any hospitals, any research facilities in the state of Kansas need to be sending Kansans information to the People's Republic of China, you're sadly mistaken. This is a good bill. I strongly encourage you to vote for it, and I thank you for your time. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask that we please pass out Senate substitute for House Bill 2313 favorably. Thank you.
This constitutes final action on HB 2313. Clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative McDonald votes no. Representative Hoheisel votes yes. Members will be in their seats. We are on final action. Representative Awerkamp votes aye. Representative Humphreys votes aye. Representative Carlin votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 87 having voted in favor and 38 against the passage of HB 2313, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Kessler for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 21.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 21 deals with our Kansas Pari-Mutuel Racing Act. It does a couple of things. Primarily, it starts off, it removes location restrictions that we had in the bill, specifically talking about Eureka Downs. It actually opens it up. You could actually have a racing facility anywhere throughout the state after March 1st, 2028. They still have kind of a caveat in there for that until 2028. It also clarifies and just hammers down a little harder that HHR machines are only allowed in one location located in Sedgwick County. Just reiterates that throughout the bill a few times. Now, the real meat and potatoes, it redirects some of the money that we get from the wagering tax from HHRs. The first portion of the money goes to cover all of the operating expenses from the Racing and Gaming Commission. So that gets paid first. Nothing happens until they get reimbursed all of their expenses for regulating this entity. After that money has been satisfied, now the money goes into two other funds if there's excess money and whatever that excess money is. First one it goes into is the Kansas Horse Breeding Development Fund, and that would be the next 30% of that money, or 30% of that excess money will go into that. And that does various things. It talks about, extends the Stallion Breeders Award. It includes owners of stallions and mayors of Kansas that, Kansas bred horses that compete in recognized par mutual races and finishes at levels that'll be determined by the commission. The other fund that'll go into, the remaining 70% of that excess money will go into the Horse Fair Racing Benefit Fund. And that money can be used for various things in that. One of them would be a portion of it for promoting the parimutuel racing industry in Kansas. It can also cover costs related to conducting a race from nonprofit horseman organizations. And that's pretty much it, really. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chairman did a fantastic job of explaining the bill. It did get really complicated. You know, it sounds like it's been years and years in the making, and ever since Eureka Downs was shut down, this is something a lot of Kansas really want. So I'm going to support this bill. I urge your support as well, and thank you, Chairman.
Representative Stogstill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was raised in a horse family. My grandfather raised American saddlebred show horses out here at 21st and Auburn Road, and award-winning horses. Won the American Royal on numerous occasions. Fine harness. I was raised riding horses, love them, and that's why I'll be voting no against this, because if you look at the statistics of how many horses die in horse racing, it's despicable. And one of them died right in front of me about 25 years ago at a racetrack in Phoenix when my dad and I were at that race. If you've ever seen a horse die in a race, you'd never want to see it again. So I know you'll probably vote for it. I'll be voting no, and I hope you'll think about just how many of these horses will die if we have horse racing again back in Kansas. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 21. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none. With 90 having voted in favor and 35 against the passage of Senate Bill 21, the same having received a constitutional majority of the bills, read. I quickly ask the clerk to record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 42.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 42 comes to us from the Insurance Committee. It's actually a combination of 5 bills, all of them dealing with regulation and oversight. The base Bill 42 is providing the establishment of the online insurance verification system. That one passed the House 102 to 20. Rolled into that bill is SB 23, requiring agents to respond to inquiries from the insurance commissioner within 14 calendar days. That one passed the House 107 to 16. SB 27 is rolled in, eliminating the requirement of the commissioner to submit certain reports to the governor and removing specific entities from the definition of person as far as insurance law is concerned. Passed the House 100-2. HB 2042 was in there. This one, actually, we did have discussion about a more extensive discussion in conference committee. This one requires title agents to make their audit reports available for inspection rather than having to support them annually. And it also requires the surety bonds filed with the Commission of Insurance to be $100,000. And that's where we had some discussion as far as the implementation date was concerned. The title insurers felt like they needed a little time to enact that, and that made perfect sense to us. So we took the House position on that, making it January 1st of 26. This one passed the House 103-8. And then there was 2044 that requires the third-party administrators to maintain separate fiduciary accounts. That one passed the House 105-9. Sorry, I can't be a little bit more controversial with these, but they passed with large margins across the board. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on SB 42.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not about voting on shells. This is about voting on where we put those shells and the parts that are in this bill. I would ask for your support and for Senate Bill 42. Thank you very much.
Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate our friends from insurance, the Shell Factory. And as much as I'm tempted to vote Shell no, I'll be voting yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I knew you were trouble. Mr. Speaker, seeing no other discussion, I close.
Correct, there is no other discussion, and yes, you may close. This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 42. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Penn votes aye. Does any other member wish to change their vote? Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Doorman will secure the door. Clerk will read the roll.
Drogi, Estes, McNorton, Schlingensieben, Stogsdill, Wagner.
Representative Drogi votes aye. Representative Lewis Ruiz votes aye. Representative Schlingensieben votes aye. Representative Estes votes aye and is excused. Representative Stogsdill votes aye and is excused. Representative McNorton votes aye and is excused. Representative Miller is excused. Does it count if it's not from the well? Representative Wagner votes aye. All right, with all members present and accounted for, the call is raised. With 124 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 42, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will report the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Proctor for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2056.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2056 started life as a fix to a loophole in Kansas election law. So in Kansas, we have what's commonly referred to as a sore loser rule, which basically moves the independent candidate filing date to before deadline to before the primary election. So somebody can't run in the primary, lose, and then get mad and, file as an independent and run anyways and be on the general ballot. there's a loophole in Kansas election law that allows someone to be nominated by a third party and file to run with one of the major parties in a primary. And then if they lose the primary, they can accept the nomination of the third party and still be on the ticket for the general election. So basically, they lose a major party primary and they still get to run in the general. That was the original contents of 2056. The Senate got a hold of the bill and replaced the contents with Senate Bill 258, which is a fix to a law we passed in a couple years ago to make it a crime to impersonate an election officer. That law was sued in court by several parties concerned that it was so vague that people registering voters could be inadvertently guilty of the crime. Whatever you think of that argument, this bill, Senate Bill 258, which was inserted into 2056, would fix that statute by providing that someone had to actually intend to deceive a voter into believing they were an election officer, not just whatever the voter perceived them to be in order to be guilty of this crime. We in the House really liked the original contents in 2056 because we think it's an important fix. Somebody shouldn't get two bites at the apple after they've lost a primary. We in committee, in conference, reinserted the contents of 2056 in the bill. So now you have both Senate Bill 258 and the original contents of House Bill 2056. Another measure that we added in this bill is something we've been trying to kind of fit in, a timeline fix that we've been trying to get into statute for a while. In statute right now, it says that election officers have to test their voting machines within 5 days of the election day. Well, 5 days from election day, they've been using those election machines for 15 days already for early voting. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to require that they don't test until 5 days before the election. So what this would do is require that 30 days before early voting starts, 50 days before election day, within that period, they have to test their election machines so that the public has seen them testing those machines and they verified that all the programming is correct before they begin using them for early voting. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that to adopt the committee report.
For discussion, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the committee report did a fine job illustrating what the report is about. And I would also be in agreement that we liked our original House Bill 2056. Senate, on March 13th, the Senate heard about Senate Bill 258. They worked it on the 17th. They never heard our House bill. They just like, you know what, we're going to take that House bill and we're going to gut it and we're going to put our 258. Now the question would be, don't you think we should have an opportunity to debate 258? We didn't get that opportunity to debate. If we did, I would ask the carrier or the proponent, what do you mean by intent? Because that's what they add, the intent. Now, I have learned after 3 years of being in this House that we often pick words like reasonable so attorneys can have jobs. And I would imagine that intent is something that will be defined up in the courts. But the reason that the courts rejected this bill, this law the last time is because it wasn't specific enough, that it was vague. And the reason that there's a concern is if you look at the bill, they amended it and they added on lines in Senate and House Bill 2056, they added 15 to 19, they added that they cannot use an official seal of other insignia of the Secretary of State. And the concern from the courts was, well, what if somebody wants to register somebody to vote? You need to fix that. So they add the seal. But if you mail out like I do, encouraging young adults to register for vote, you can't mail out the application because it has the Secretary of State's insignia on it. Now, maybe this is not what's meant by intent, but if words do matter, this is something that I would have questioned if we would have heard the bill. We didn't hear the bill. You haven't heard Senate Bill 258 until right now. The other two bills are fine. And it was my understanding that we were going to gut 258 right out of that and go back with our good bill. But because it's there, I'm going to have to recommend that not to concur and to vote this down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the deepest possible respect for my ranking minority member, who I've had a great time working with this session of the committee, in addition to those things that he cited about examples that might constitute breaking this law, what is added in Senate Bill 258 and now in 2056 is with the intent to cause a person to believe that the person engaging in such contact is an election official. So it's in order for a court to find somebody guilty of violating this law, they would have to prove that the person intended to do it beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's a pretty high bar. I don't think that this is at all vague, and I think that it addresses the concerns that the courts had with the original law that we're trying to fix. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on HB 2056. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, calls in order, doorbell secure the doors, and the clerk will read that roll.
Lewis.
Representative Estes is excused. Representative Woodard is excused. Representative Getz is excused. Representative Steele is excused. Representative Lewis votes aye. All votes are present and accounted for. Call the House is raised. Does any other member desire to explain or change their vote? Seeing none, with 88 having voted in favor and 37 against the passage of House Bill 2056, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference or Committee Report on HCR 5011.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Concurrent Resolution 5011, as it came out of our body, was a kind of a rolling average for an assessment limitation, valuation limitation. As it went over to the Senate, it got gutted and put in Senate Concurrent Resolution 1603. In conference, we made the following changes. Instead of a 3% fixed cap, it's now a 4% cap. And instead of the
question being on the general ballot in 2025 this year. It will be on the primary ballot August 4th, 2026, next year. Now, what this does is it limits the valuation increase on all properties, not just residential, it's all real properties. And this limit does not apply if there is new construction or improvements made to the property, if the class or subclass changes, if the property otherwise becomes disqualified from the exemption, if the property is first listed as escaped or omitted property. I'll be honest with you, I'm not an appraiser. I'm not exactly sure what escaped or omitted means, but if the legal description of the parcel changes, except when the valuation of all the property is affected by the legal description, would not be permitted to exceed the 4%. One of the questions we had in calendar, and I wanted to make sure everybody was clear, this valuation limit is retained if the property sells. The exclusions I just read are the only exclusions that would cause the property to increase back up to the fair market value. So if a buyer came in and purchased the property that was limited underneath this cap, that would transfer over to the new buyer. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there is a fiscal impact to this. Because of the impact on valuation, because there was an amendment on the Senate floor to take this back to when this is implemented in, should it pass in in August of 2026, it would take effect January 1st of 2027. The current language in the proposed question actually would take the values back to tax year 2022. So it would be a 5-year look back and a reduction in valuation. And because of that, with our statewide 20 mills, it's a fixed mill levy. There would be a slight or a reduction in the amount of money that brings in because we're going to be cutting the tax base so that 20 mills is not going to raise as much money as it would have if it were just up at the 2027 fair market value. The fiscal impact as provided by legislative research for tax year 27, which is actually the state's fiscal year 2028, SGF would be $199.7 million. The state building fund change would be $18.9 million for a total impact in fiscal year 28 of $218.6 million. That is the impact at the state level. For local governments, they would also be seeing that loss in valuation. And legislative research provided me, they estimate that the statewide average, so the aggregate on your tax statement, you'll have your city, your county, your school, all of your mills, the aggregate mills that you have on your tax statement. Currently, the statewide average is 128.7. They estimate for local governments, even if everybody held revenue neutral and did not increase their budgets, the mill levies, because of this loss in valuation, would go from that 128.7 to roughly 159. So that's an increase of just slightly over 30 mills. I think that concludes all of the details on the resolution. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on House Concurrent Resolution 5011. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chair did a pretty good job explaining the constitutional amendment. I rise in opposition to this, and I could say there's a lot of things wrong with this, but we're going to have a long day today, so I'm going to try to keep this very short. I address one issue that I think a lot of people don't think about, because the chair just mentioned this. This will cause the countywide average mill levies to go up. So if that countywide mill levy goes up 30 mills, that increases your motor vehicle taxes. Your motor vehicle taxes are based on your countywide average mill levy. So as that goes up, one effect that'll have is motor vehicle taxes will go way up. I do want to address a couple problems with these valuation caps. One, they're not really property tax relief. When you put a cap on all the value then what happens is local governments are forced to raise their mill levies, which you see that countywide levy goes from 128 to 159 to make up for that valuation loss. So it's kind of a fool's gold. You get your statement in March with your valuation shows a small increase, but then you get a surprise in November when you get the big property tax increase. So that is one problem with these. The second problem I mentioned is the huge increase in motor vehicle taxes. People don't like paying higher motor vehicle taxes. This will cause motor vehicle taxes to go up. The third thing with these is, we went to a lot of work to have a fair market value system, to have our valuation based on the free market. It creates the fairest system possible when we're dealing with property taxes. And these valuation caps screw all that up. I'm gonna give you an example, maybe 3 houses. You have one house that the average value is going by 3% a year. Another house where maybe it's growing by 5 or 6% a year. And a third house maybe 15 to 20% a year. With these valuation caps, the person with the house that's growing by about 3, 4% a year, they'll get a huge tax increase. Because one, they get no relief at all from the value cap. They're already under the cap. But that huge mill levy increase, as he said, the average mill levy goes from 128 to 159 statewide. That huge mill levy increase will cause them to have a huge property tax increase. The second house, where their value is going to be 4 or 5% a year, they get a small amount of relief from the value cap. But then, again, that huge increase in the mill levy, their taxes still go up. Not as much as the first house, but they still get a property tax increase. That third house, where the values are going up 15 to 20% a year, they will get a property tax cut. So we are taking a system that's based on fairness, on market value, treating everybody at market value, and creating 3 very different, in this case it's 3, but creating really huge discrepancies. We're screwing up our system, is what it does. And over time, those discrepancies get worse and worse and worse. Now, I came in the 80s, and there was a lot of anger out there over property taxes because our property tax system had become very unfair. We weren't anywhere near market value. Houses were treated very different. Properties were very different. There was anger. So we had to fix the system. If we go down this path, year and year, each year as that discrepancy grows, those taxpayers will get anger because our tax system isn't fair anymore. Some people paid much more for property taxes than other people, even on the same type of property. I urge you, we've got a fair system now, we don't want to do that. So just to keep this short, emphasize my 3 points that 1, this really is not a property tax cut. It will cause the mill levies to go way up. It's a big shift. 2, it's going to cause motor vehicle taxes to go up. When people go to pay their property taxes on their cars, it's a big increase because that countywide mill levy goes up. And 3, this will actually increase over time the unfairness of the system and the anger of the taxpayers. So I urge you to vote no.
Representative Potter Parshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the motion stand for a question?
Certainly.
You had mentioned that there's a roughly $200 million fiscal impact. My question is, wouldn't that also be considered a $200 million savings for the property tax payer, even though it would be transferred in a different aspect of the budget to state general fund, it'd still be a savings on the property taxpayers?
That is the impact to SGF as you take away that value from the 20 mills that it's not raising. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question right, but that would have to be backfilled from the SGF. Now, on the 20 mills, any mill levy that's fixed, that any type of limitation in the valuation does translate to a property tax savings if it's a fixed mill levy. The 1.5 mills, if you have any school levies or anything like that that are fixed, we do have several that are fixed in statute. I think there's several, I think Washburn University has one that's a fixed mill levy. When you control the mill levy or control the valuation for a fixed mill levy, it does result in a tax savings.
Thank you. My point with that question is there's been a lot of arguments saying that this is not a property tax relief, when in fact, when you cap it, whether it's the 33 limit for the local schools on one part of their budget, the 8 mills for another part of their budget, or the 20 mills that we have in statute, you're still capping that at a 4% increase every single year. Therefore, it would be a property tax decrease for property owners in the state of Kansas. Thank you.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I came here 5 years ago to Topeka because my town's in trouble. I live in Leavenworth, and we're in the bottom 13 cities in the state for population growth. We have negative population growth. And the reason that we have negative population growth is because we have an aging population. A lot of them have paid off their houses, and now they're paying more in property taxes than they used to pay on their payments on their houses when they had mortgages. They're being taxed out of their homes, and they're leaving Leavenworth, and they're leaving the state, and they're going other places with lower property taxes. And so when I came up here, the first thing that we worked on, and I was a huge fan of, was truth in taxation, right? The revenue neutral rate, right? We are going to hold local governments accountable. No longer are they going to be able to play the shell game where they point the finger at the assessor and sit on their hands, keep the mill levy flat, and then the newspaper says in bold print above the line, county commission or city commission or school board keeps mill levy flat. And they pat themselves on the back, and the voter reads that, thinks their property taxes aren't going to go up until they get their bill. And they realize that it went up 15% again this year because the valuations went up. And they go right back to pointing at the property assessor and saying, look, it was them. And so I took a lot of grief when we had House Bill 2396 up here because, you know, an agency out there that I usually agree with was saying we were trying to kill revenue neutral. We were trying to kill truth in taxation. No, we were trying to put teeth to it, right? We were trying to give a carrot that they'll get money if they keep their budgets low, but they'll have a petition mechanism, which because the local elections weren't working, because nobody shows up in an odd year election, and so the voters could just go sign a petition. This, colleagues, is infinitely better. Infinitely better. This takes the state completely out of the equation. My fellow Leavenworth legislators will grin when I say this, but every year our county commission sends out the property tax bill with a letter that says, don't blame us. We're not raising your taxes, it's a state. And they'll say LAVTR, and they'll say this. There's a constitutional amendment sitting over in the Senate that hasn't been voted on that would cap valuations. And the reason they put that in the letter is because they think we'll never do it. They don't want us to do that. They want things to stay exactly the way they are now so that the valuations keep going up. They can drop the mill levy a quarter mil, say, I dropped your mill levy, and they just keep getting bucket loads of money, more and more every year. Our property taxes in Leavenworth County are rising at 3 times the rate of inflation. It's out of control, and it's depopulating Leavenworth. It's depopulating my district. You know, property tax, frankly, is a racket. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's a racket. You know, you heard somebody say, well, the valuations are going up at fair market value. What? My house goes up 15% every year, and all I do is mow the lawn. It was built in 1886. It's nothing special. It's a wood construction house. It's in a lower income neighborhood, and it goes up 50%. If that's fair market value, I'm selling. I'm selling, and I'm moving to Platte City because, man, I'm going to make a mint on that house. It is not fair market value. You know, we all last year heard one of the two presidential candidates suggest that she was going to tax unrealized gains. And I said, that's ridiculous. You know, they did, until you sell the stock, you don't have that money. How am I going to pay the tax? Well, that's what property taxes are. That's what property taxes are. Every year we say your house is worth more than it was the year before, and we tax you on that unrealized gain because you didn't sell the house. And then we're shocked when people get taxed out of their houses and they move to another state. I want to thank the tax chair for bringing this up here. I want to thank the leadership for giving us the opportunity to vote on this. I never believed that this day would come. I want to pinch myself. I think I'm dreaming. I cannot believe that we're about to get the opportunity to vote on this constitutional amendment. But frankly, I also can't believe some of the things that I've heard folks say about this amendment. I know there are very powerful forces lined up against this constitutional amendment today, and I'm not implying or impugning anybody's motives that they're being intimidated into voting against this, but I know that a lot of taxing entities, a lot of counties and cities, including my county, that said they were for it when they thought it would never happen, are right now terrified that we're about to put this on the ballot and put it before voters. I know there are a lot of vital industries to our state that are concerned about this too, but I'll just tell you, we cannot continue to fund our government on the backs of homeowners. We're going to break their backs. So I beg this body, please just give our constituents the opportunity to vote on this. Just pass this today so that we can get it on the ballot and we can give our constituents the opportunity to vote for themselves, whether they think our property tax system is working on fair market value, or if we think that they think it's broke and they think that we need to just take the state out of the equation. We've taken the 1.5 mil levy out. We're about to fix the property valuations, take the state property valuation thing out of the equation. So it'll be down to the local governments. They're either going to vote to raise the property taxes or they're going to be forced to vote what the voters want, which is control their budgets and keep the property taxes low. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I can follow that. I guess I've already made my motion, so Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on HCR 5011. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Roth votes no. Representative Hope. Representative, okay, one more time. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order, Dormal will close the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Potter Parshall.
Representative Potter Parshall votes aye. We are now off the call of the House. All members are counted and present for. Representative Hoheisel votes no. Any further changes? Representative Penn votes no. Representative Droege votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 37 having voted in favor and 88 against the passage of HCR 5011, the same having not received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared lost. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Hoheisel for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the vote on HCR 5011.
The representative has made a motion to reconsider your actions on HCR 5011. If you vote yes, that brings the bill back for debate. If you vote no, that kills the bill. Representative, would you like to clarify anything about your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is simply a procedure motion to bring the bill up. My following motion, if this passes, will be to send this bill back to conference committee so we can continue the work on it. So with that, I would urge the body to vote yes on this motion.
Is there any further debate? Seeing none. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. Division has been called. Clerk will open the roll. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. With 59 having voted in favor and 66 against, does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, the motion fails. Representative Penn votes aye. Yeah. It's only a division vote. You can't change your vote at that point because there's not a roll call. Okay. It has failed. And it is lost. The Speaker recognizes Representative Kessler for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2028. The Speaker recognizes Representative Bryce for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2039.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first thing that 2039 does, is to clarify the definition of home health agency for the purposes of credentialing. It would exempt the definition of home health agency entities, to not include those reimbursed by Medicare Part A. In other words, occupational therapists, physical therapists, speech therapy services that are done in homes would be not considered home health agencies services, and this would reduce the barriers and the burden for these therapies to be done to treat people at home without requiring the onerous requirements of becoming a home health agency. The bill does several things. The second thing in 2039 would be to clarify the activities of paramedics and EMTs and advanced EMTs. And it would exempt non-emergency ambulance services. That's transportation from facility to facility that's not going out to a car wreck and so forth. It would allow them to not have 24-hour-a-day services. Another thing that is a little different than what we had discussed previously, and I just wanted to make this very clear, that the bill, the law currently provides that non-emergency services or non-emergency services in counties less than 30,000 people can have reduced personnel requirements. In other words, one qualified healthcare provider like an EMT or paramedic and a driver who's certified in CPR. This bill, just to be very clear, this is different from what was said in calendar. This bill would allow emergency services to be done with just one paramedic and one driver who's CPR qualified in counties who are 30,000 population or less if they've asked for a permit with the Emergency Medical Services Board. The reason this comes about is the Emergency Medical Services Board and the Emergency Medical Services Association have had a multi-year collaboration and project to have the requirements meet reality. A lot of places, say in western Kansas, rural Kansas, there may be only one paramedic or one EMT available. And if there's a car wreck or something serious, that paramedic or EMT cannot go to the scene and take care of the patient because they have to wait 30, 40, 45 minutes for a paramedic to come from another town, another facility in order to have two. That's the current law. This would free up a single paramedic EMT if there's a permit applied for so that they could provide emergency medical services. And that would be something new. And I wanted to make that very clear because it's different from what we said in calendar. The bill also had one other provision. That would require maternity care center and the healthcare stabilization fund to have accreditation by the Commission for Accreditation of Birth Centers. Just to give some idea, the combination, this is a combination of three bills. All three bills passed the House unanimously. All three bills passed the Senate unanimously. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would move my motion to adopt the conference committee report for HB 2039. Stand for questions. Thank you.
Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the representative who did a really good job of explaining the bill. As he said, all three of these passed, not unanimously, but very close in the House. It's a good bill, and I'm really like the compromise that was made between a senator of a rural district and the board of EMS. They came up with a really good compromise, and so very supportive, and I ask your support of the motion to adopt the CCR for HB 2039. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
This constitutes final action on HB 2039. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. The speaker votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire? No need. Representative Penn votes aye. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Any member desire to change their vote? With 125 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of HB 2039, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on HB 2050.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2050 also comes to you from the Insurance Committee. Oh, don't groan. That's not right. This one only has 4 bills in it. HB 2050, the base bill, authorizes the Commissioner of Insurance to set the amount of certain fees. This is, when we passed this on the floor, it was referred to as the up to bill. Currently, fees are statutorily set. This allows those to be the maximums set rather than the total, so that if the Commissioner of Insurance wants to reduce fees and finds it feasible, then that is possible. SB 20 is rolled into that. That reduces the number of board members for commissioner-appointed boards, and that passed the House 100 to 21. I should go back and say HB 2050, the up to bill, passed the House 114 to 0. I know this is scintillating stuff, folks. HB 2087 is also in there. It allows certain non-admitted insurers to transact business within Kansas, provided that the Commission of Insurance also maintains a list of eligible non-admitted insurers. And then 2033 is the last, that one, by the way, 2087 passed the House 121 to 0. That was a popular one. 2033 is the one that renamed the Kansas Insurance Department to the Kansas Department of Insurance. So we went from KID to KDOI. Personal preference, I guess. I wouldn't have gone with it, but that's the way they wanted to go. Anyway, it's also more consistent with the way insurance departments are named throughout the country. They just wanted to maintain consistency.
Representative, could you use both mics?
Sure, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was a difference. Can you?
Thank you.
Could you guys not hear me? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay. You want me to start over?
We all wanted to be graced with your amazing voice.
I understand, and certainly that's a reasonable request. Anyway, that renaming bill passed the House 117 to 6. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on HB 2050, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Neighbor.
Ditto. Ditto.
You may close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I close.
Would you like to go ahead and close again, Representative?
Sorry for that misspeak. I close. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. This constitutes final action on HB 2050. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Chuck Smith votes aye. Representative Hoheisel votes aye and is excused. Representative Collins votes aye. Representative Meyer votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2050, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Representatives Adam Smith, Turner, and Sawyer are appointed to replace Representatives Will Carpenter, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on Senate Bill 82. Representatives Adam Smith, Turner, and Sawyer are appointed to replace Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on HB 2335. Are there announcements? Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Tax Committee members, not conference, House Tax Committee members, we need to have a quick meeting down in 112 North. We have a bill to recommend out to the body that was sent back to committee. So if everybody can head straight down there, we'll take care of that right quick, and then we'll head to calendar. So again, House Tax Committee members, 112 North, immediately upon recess. Thank you.
Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. So I've got shrimp peel preliminary numbers. And before I start, I want to thank the three amigos and all the sugar daddies and mamas out there. I now have the preliminary numbers, so it's not the last train out of the station yet.
Bingo.
Okay. So the auction raised a total of, just the auction, $12,155. Very good. The House raised $6,602. That's in all the cash and checks and stuff that we've collected over the last few weeks. The Senate, poor Senate, $1,075. Disgusting. Oh, that's not one of the words, I'm sorry. So total is $19,382 so far. There's probably a little bit more to go as they pay the expenses and they apply the sponsorship dollars to those. So we might have a little bit more, but I'll keep you posted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Schreiber. Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Attention commerce fans. Look for a room and a time here pretty soon for the commerce members to meet with Senate Ag on House Bill 2158. This is the bee bill, the honey bill. Thank you.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I just wanted to take a moment to thank my vice chair for taking the heat for me. I was told that was $2. That's $2, right? My phone went off a while back when someone was in the chair about 12 times. So we paid the money for each one of the rings, and we were happy to contribute. But thank you for taking the heat rounds for me. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For a joint announcement, Representatives Laura Williams and Minority Leader Woodard.
What do you let me say that? All right, it's time to spill the tea. As both of you know, Minority Leader Woodard and I ran against each other in 2020, and we're here to show some bipartisanship with some bingo, and we would like to announce the winner of today's bingo.
Since he said it from the chair and was the first one that we heard in the room, it goes to Speaker Pro Tem Blake Carpenter.
No props.
We will be presenting him with a rotating trophy, so look forward to the next time we play bipartisan bingo.
Thank you all very much. Right here. Just to make all of you very envious of this. All right, are there any further announcements? Seeing none. Speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Republicans, we will calendar in the old Supreme Court immediate upon recess. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 4:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. The House will be in order. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Current Resolution 5017 by Representative Hawkins, Croft, and Woodard. A concurrent resolution providing for the adjournment of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas, the Senate concurring therein, that the legislature shall adjourn at the close of business of the daily session convened on March 27, 2025, and shall reconvene on April 10, 2025. And be it further resolved that the legislature may adjourn and reconvene at any time during the period on and after April 10th, 2025 through April 12th, 2025, but that the legislature shall reconvene on April 12th, 2025 and adjourn sine die at the close of business of the daily session convened on such day. And be it further resolved that the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives and the Secretary of State and employees specified by the Director of Legislative Administrative Services for such purpose shall attend to their duties each day during periods of adjournment, Sundays excepted, for the purpose of receiving messages from the governor and conducting such other business as may be required. And be it further resolved, except as otherwise provided, that members of the legislature shall not receive subsistence allowances provided for in KSA 46-137A, B, and amendments thereto for any day within a period in which both houses of the legislature are adjourned for more than 2 days, Sundays excepted. Be it further resolved that members of the legislature attending a legislative meeting of whatever nature when authorized pursuant to law or authorized by the Legislative Coordinating Council, the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and members of a conference committee attending a meeting of the conference committee authorized by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and members of a select committee attending a meeting of the Select Committee authorized by the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives during any period of adjournment shall receive travel expenses and subsistence allowances as provided by law.
On a motion to suspend the midnight rule, oh, wait, no, never mind. On HCR 5017, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, you know that was diabolical to take that away from me. But anyways, I move adoption of HCR 5017.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries, and the resolution is adopted. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the conference committee report to agree to disagree on SB 24 and has appointed Senators Erickson, Thomas, and Sykes as second conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on sub SB 126. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on sub HB 2164. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on HB 2334. The Senate announced the appointment of Senators Tyson, Peck, and Corson to replace Senators Gossage, Clifford, and Holscher as conferees on HB 2335. The Senate announced the appointment of Senators Tyson, Peck, and Corson as replaced Senators Gossage, Clifford, and Holscher as conferees on SB 82. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on sub HB 2054. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on HB 2183. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on HB 2342. The Senate adopts the conference committee on report on HB 2347. And the Senate adopts the conference committee report on HB 2375.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on SB 125.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the conference committee report for Senate Bill 125. Colleagues, as you recall, and you know that the Senate Bill 125 is the budget bill for fiscal years 25, 26, and some parts of 27. I will say that when we started the negotiations with the Senate, they had an all funds increase from what we passed in House Bill 2007 of nearly $113 million. So they were more than we were when we had passed the initial budget bill out. So made negotiating in conference committee interesting at times, but it always is. I would just give some highlights and then I'll open up for questions. So the first was in regards to higher ed. I know there's been a lot circulating the last couple of days I think it's all ceased, I think now, but I think it had to do with speculation on what might happen in conference committee. But basically in regards to higher ed, the Senate met our position. So community colleges are funding at the House funding level when it passed out of 2007. Nothing changed. really.
Representative, could you use both mics, please?
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
So in regards to community colleges, they met our funding level in regards to what was passed out of this chamber in House Bill 2007. And then in regards to universities, they met our position in the needs-based aid scholarships. They took their position all the way down to 0. We fully funded it 100%. They came back to 50%. We held back to our position of 100%, and then they actually acquiesced and met us at our position. And then in regards to the regional stabilization, we were just wanting to go back to what we did last year. We did have a little bit of an increase because they had $21 million going out for the regional stabilization. We didn't have anything. So we ended up settling at 12 million. And so that'd be 3.8 million for both Emporia and Pittsburgh, and then 4.6 million for Fort Hays State University. In regards to K through 12, this is another item that's been, I'm sure all of you have received emails in regards, and actually my wife is on the school board, so I heard about it last time when I went home for the weekend. So we felt it was unfair to try to pull back the money that we've already dispersed in fiscal year 2025. So the House position was to fund the items that the Senate hadn't pulled out for 2025. But in 2026, we took the Senate position that anything that was funded by state general fund dollars because it was asked for by the schools or Department of Education would be funded out of the increases from either the Gannon lawsuit or from the CPI increase. The only item that we did fund in 2026 was the career technical education transportation, because that was actually established in statute when we passed the bill over 12 years ago. So we did fund the CTE transportation, and then we do have the Safe and Secure School Act, but that's funded in fiscal year 2025 for 10 million, and that will be able to carry over into fiscal year 2026. In regards to the Economic Development Initiatives Fund, the Senate only funded about 4 items out of that fund. We had it fully funded. When we gave our offer in regards to EDIF, we went back a couple of times, but then ultimately the 4 items, we met with the Senate on that. So one I know everybody has heard about because I've received numerous emails about the Sunflower Summer Program. We met the Senate's funding of that at $3 million. And then the other items as far as the operating grant for the Department of Commerce. And then we also put the money back in for the ag marketing, which I know we've heard quite a bit about that as well. But they pretty much came back and met us on our position in regards to EDIF. They didn't have anything in regards to water. So we had a water offer. And I worked closely with the chair of the Ag and Natural Resources Budget Committee, the chair of the Water Committee, and the chair of the Ag and Natural Resources Committee on what our position should be on water. And the Senate have accepted our position on water. And keep in mind, we will be having a task force that's going to be created in the interim and addressing what we need to do as far as water in the future. The Senate also took our pay plan that we had passed out in 2007. In regards to social services, we came to a compromise on the waiting list slots. It's kind of interesting. I can elaborate on exactly how we got to the 200 number. But what it was is we had passed out 320 out of committee and House Bill 2007. They had 500. They then came back with a counter offer that they would rather have the reimbursement rates as the slots. So the slots went down to 0. And then we found out from providers that you really need to have both. You can't just do one and not the other. So we met in the halfway, because now the slots were at 0. And so we did 200 slots, and then I believe it's $4.2 million SGF for the IDD reimbursement rates. They took our position in regards to contract nursing with an interim committee in 2025, and that's been an issue that has been plaguing especially Larned State Hospital and Osawatomie State Hospital. So we're going to have an interim committee trying to address exactly what we can do for our nursing staff and kind of ease the amount of money that we use on contract nursing. We did not increase the hospital outpatient rates. You recall last year we did this. The Senate put additional money in there. That would have been just on top of what we did last year. And there were some issues in regards to that where it could affect the private pay as opposed to the Medicaid reimbursement rates, which could jeopardize federal dollars. So that's the reason why we did not do that. They came back with a counter in regards to the community mental health center grants. Our original position was 6. They came back with 4. We accepted that. We also reduced our position in regards to, under our bill, it was under the tuberculosis, but they wanted to include other diseases. So we call that the infectious disease and control and prevention of $250,000. But their position, ours was at 1.5 million, theirs was at 96,000, and they really couldn't elaborate on why they had 96,000, but we met at 250,000. I'll go ahead and talk about bonding. Each chamber had a position in regards to bonding. Ours was the, and I should say this should state, the State of Kansas Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, which will be built on the land at Kansas State University. And that was for $128 million with a commitment from K-State that they can get private dollars of $2 million. And then their position in the Senate was, and this price tag fluctuated a lot. You could either do a bond for $65 million to renovate the Kansas Bureau of Investigation headquarters, or they wanted probably the best proposal that they wanted was $110 million. Then they came down to 100, and then they went to 80, and they have identified a property. So the language also states that the new KBI headquarters needs to be located within downtown Topeka. So we specified a building where it needs to go. Other items, we had approximately $35 million in ARPA interest. So that was going to construct a new dispatch center for the Kansas Highway Patrol of $24 million. We also had the remaining amount go towards the Kansas Campus Restoration Act, which was a total of $30 million. If you break out the remaining ARPA interest, $5 million from the water bond savings, and then $13.2 million for the funds that's sitting in Apex, and we checked that with the Department of Commerce, and that was fine with that. And then the other was a project that we've been having. This was a Senate position, was not a House. But I did listen to a few House members, and so then we came up with a plan on how we could address the maintenance, repair, and overhaul of the Topeka Regional Airport. That was initially, if you recall, 3 years ago when we started the maintenance, repair, and overhaul program, or the MRO. Wichita was supposed to start, and then Salina was supposed to start, and then Topeka was supposed to start, and they were supposed to fund the other, Wichita was supposed to be up and running and funding the other two. The project has been changing over the years drastically. And so those at the Topeka Regional Airport felt like they were being left out. So we came up with a plan, $10 million to have a 1-to-1 match. And then there was also a loan program that was also a Senate position. We sized that down because what they wanted to use as collateral was the Build Kansas program, and that's for our communities across the state of Kansas to submit applications and and have grants from the federal government, and that helps with the match. It's typically for your smaller communities that may have issues with trying to generate enough dollars for a federal match. Well, they wanted to collateralize that fund, and I said no, because that fund has $65 million sitting in it right now. We also halted the $50 million allocation to help the state general fund in fiscal year 2026. So that fund will not grow. We have almost $50 million of requests to the federal government pending right now. So there's no way that we can collateralize that fund for the purpose of a loan program for the maintenance, repair, and overhaul. So we did a lot of different other things. We basically said the state treasurer can identify a loan program of, we dropped it down from 50 to 40 of 30 million, and then the remaining 10 million would come from state general fund. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I believe I already moved my motion, but I would stand for questions.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the chair did an outstanding job explaining our budget. And you know, it was a budget we've been working on for a while. And it just came to our negotiating that we were able to put it all together. I will say that there are individuals in this room that don't feel that this is really a very good budget. But I think it's a combination of good things in this budget, and there are things that we could have done better. But I think that happens with all budgets. But I do have a few questions that people ask me that I'm going to ask the chair. Would you please? Thank you. Under education, one of the questions were raised was, why are we funding K through 12 out of existing resources so much? As an example would be teacher excellence, computer science, advancement grants, mentor teacher program, professional development.
Well, and that's, I kind of went through that when I was going through the explanation of the Senate Bill 125. So that was a Senate position, and you're talking about in fiscal year 2026, because we
Yes.
funded it in 2025 out of SGF, because we already did it. That's why we needed to go ahead and continue it. But in fiscal year 2026, there's going to be an increase of approximately $110 million based off of the Gannon lawsuit settlement. And there's also the CPI-U increase. And in the last 2 years, that's been an increase of $500 million. And so that was a Senate position of saying, if you want to maintain and keep these programs going, that's fine. Don't ask for it in a different allocation. Use the additional existing resources you'll be receiving on July 1 as we have established in the school finance formula.
Okay. Now, one that a lot of employees were concerned about was our remote, like the mandate return to work, which you didn't touch on that, but actually I looked down my list, I had about 6 things and you touched on all those things I was gonna ask about. But would you just explain again what we talked about in terms of people working remotely?
Yeah, the intent is, after we were discussing this item in conference, I started receiving emails from employees that say they may work for the Department of Ag, but they live 2 hours away. And so the intent was to have a report on the remote workers throughout the state of Kansas. And I'll be quite honest, I mean, I had a meeting with the governor and we talked about this, and she has made it she told me that she had made it her initiative to bring the employees back into the office buildings as much as she could. But that was language that was in the bill with the intent of having a report and studying the remote workers across the state.
Good. Now, the other questions I was going to ask was Topeka Airport, water you covered, our tuberculosis money, the IDD slots, and Bill Kansas. My last question is on our first page of the shorthand. SB 125 adjusts total state expenditures by 27 million, including 10 billion in FY25. And this is an all funds increase of 2.77 billion. When we look at 26, it's very close. SB 25 adjusts total expenditures by 25 60, and it was 27 before, including 1064. So everything was decreased in our budget, basically. So the question that I have is, why did we feel that this year we had to decrease as much in the budget?
Well, and I want to address 25. So I believe I may have covered this when we had House Bill 2007. We had a sizable reappropriation from fiscal year 24 to 25 of nearly $700 million. So that's why that it's showing as an increase in fiscal year 2025. One thing we tried to do is address the reappropriations and see if there was any money that we could lapse back. Now, it was only about $60 million of that, but a lot of those were for capital improvement projects. What we're trying to do is, one, a lot of agencies were coming to us because we had in fiscal year 2026, $1.1 billion in requests from the agencies and departments. And as you can tell, you know, we don't have the cash funds like we used to due to dollars coming in or being paid for by the federal government. There's a lot of adjustments that were being made during the pandemic. And now we have to right size things. And so that's why in fiscal year 2026, I think we were very pragmatic in looking at each budget and each item and saying, okay, they had requests like this is a federal funded item during the pandemic. We want to now have it replenished and still going with state general fund. And we were like, no. And so that's going to continue in the outgoing years as well. But this was the first year of not having any of the federal dollars flowing in and out and moving around within the budget, and then allowing for us to analyze what we will fund in regards to items that may have been funded federally.
All right, thank you. That's all. Thank you very much. I wanted you to get that explanation because those are questions that I have been asked, and I'm sure you have been asked as well. But I would say one of the things that I really want to comment on is we kept our 10 million in special education. Senate reduced it to 5, but we kept the 10 million. We also funded the Board of Indigent Defense Services. We all heard a lot about the Kansas Arts Commission, that $1 million, how much they needed it. We did a 60-40 split with smaller areas, rules getting 60%. The Sunflower Summer Program, and I know we all heard about that. We funded that at $3 million. Public broadcasting grants came back. Tourism, nutrition services for seniors, community mental health centers, $4 million. IDD waiver slots, you heard, were 2, and we also put additional money. The lottery vending machines, and for the crisis centers. We worked hard on this budget. No one likes cuts, and maybe there were some areas we didn't have to cut as much. Special ed was one of those for many of us. We wanted more money in special ed because it's at 92%, and regardless of whether we have the money or not, the districts are going to have to pay it, and they take it out of operational expenses. But we kept the 10. We negotiated 6 rounds, and everyone should be proud the House held our position. Our chair and our vice chair held positions. And I was there. I heard, I got to have input. I was included in that budget. And there's always something to complain about a budget. In my estimation, this is really not the strongest budget we've had, but neither is it the weakest. I've seen a lot of budgets. But I will support the budget because I helped to develop it. I negotiated in good faith at the table. When I didn't like something, I spoke. When the chair didn't like something, he spoke. When the vice chair didn't like something, she spoke. and we covered what we thought was the House position. There was many things I wish we could have put in the budget that I want in the budget. But I consider this is part of my budget, and I will support it. And I hope those of you who see things in this budget that you like, you make that decision for yourself. And with that, I'll say thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all of the hard work that's been done to put this budget together. From the beginning, I stated several times in the Social Services Budget Committee, I didn't like the process. I didn't like the fact that there was another entity involved in doing the budget. And I just felt like it was a waste of time to have that done. But either way, we have a budget now. And I appreciate everybody that's been involved with putting the budget together. I do want to say something about the IDD waiver slots and primarily the wait list, and feeling like that I really wish we could have had the 500 slots. And so this whole IDD waiver slots have gone through quite a journey, and I'm going to take you through that journey, and if I am wrong, I will expect the chair to come and correct it. So it started out in the House Social Services Budget Committee. We recommended 500 new slots for the IDD waiver. Then the House Appropriations Committee reduces the number to 320 new slots, which ends up being the House position. Senate Ways and Means Committee recommends increasing the funding to bring the total back up to 500 slots. The Conference Committee then the Senate tries to meet in the middle and offers 400 new slots. The House chair rejected that offer, citing capacity concerns, and argues to stay at the House position. Later, the lesser chamber, the Senate, counters with an offer of reducing the new slots to 0, moving all of the funding into provider rates. The discussion by the Senate Vice Chair said that he had heard from stakeholders and decided to move the money into rates. The House counters with 250 new slots and keeping half of the funding into increasing provider rates. The Senate ends up countering with 200 new slots and keeping half of the money for the increased rates. And this where we are. We're left with the 200 new slots. I have a question. I wish you didn't have to come up all the way up here. I know. I appreciate it. I appreciate everything you do. Can you tell me who the stakeholders were?
That you mentioned in the vice chair's comments, I can't say who the stakeholders were. I don't know if it was providers. I can't say who that was.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Yep, that's it. Yeah. For now, I'm sorry. I would argue that the only way to reduce the IDD wait list is to actually fund the slot. Increasing the provider rates increases funding to the agencies providing the services. However, the legislature has no control on how that funding actually gets to the staff who are doing the direct service with the folks who are living with the disability. We don't know who those stakeholders were. That's concerning. That's not being very transparent. And I'm going to guess that the people who are living with intellectual disability or their family members were also not involved, that they were not also consulted about whether they would want the slots, more than the 500 waiver slots like we had last session, or do we want to increase the provider rates? The provider rates have been increased a lot. Since since FY 2020 through FY 2025, it's the rates, the provider rates and increased provider capacity has totaled nearly $265 million since FY 2020. The amount appropriated to reduce IDD wait lists over that period was just $40.9 million for the slots. And again, I totally think, and I've spoken to many families and people that live with these disabilities, that they also believe having the increased slots is what's really going to affect the wait list. That'll bring down the wait list. I'm not opposed to the rate increases to the providers. I'm not arguing about that. We obviously need both. But those are separate items. Those are two separate items. And we should not come at it should not come at the cost of additional waiver slots to help individuals come off the waiting list. We absolutely need the waiver slots, and I was very hopeful that we would keep the 500. I've received many emails from families and not providers, but from families and those living with intellectual disability feeling that the 500 slots would have been better. Mr. Chair, I have a question on it. It's still on the bill, but it's not regarding IDD. Can I continue, or do I need to go back and sit down?
No, you can continue.
Thank you. Okay. There we go. This other question I have, and it was in the packet that the overview, excuse me, that we received. And it talks about the language directing the Department of Administration to certify that state agencies have eliminated DEI positions, policies, programs, and related grants or contracts. Does this mean that their funding is being held?
It's being, yes, it's being moved around. And then I believe it's directed by the State Finance Council.
Okay. Do we know what?
I'll check on that. Money is being moved from the State Finance Council, and it's a certification now.
Okay. But they will not receive those funds until they have eliminated DEI positions, policies, programs, and related grants or contracts?
Yes.
Okay. Can you speak to what's to be accomplished by this?
That was a Senate position, and obviously we accepted it. I think it was very similar to what we did last year in regards to the universities, and they were doing the same thing with the agencies and departments within the state.
Okay. I had also heard something about that any staff members that had pronouns in their emails, that they had to remove that would partly satisfy this.
That I have not heard. That was not discussed in conference, so I'm not privy to any conversation in regards to that.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think that's troubling. It's troubling to me that we would want to hold funding hostage I didn't like it when we did to the universities, don't like it now when we're doing this to the Department of Administration, holding their funding hostage until they do certain things. What is it satisfying? I don't know. I don't know what the harm is. I don't know what it's satisfying or who it's satisfying. I think that's something we need to think about. I know this is not something we can take out now. The budget's done. But I really want to caution us not to continue this kind of practice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier mind?
Yes.
Thank you, and thanks for coming up there. Could you give me what 5.8 million for the Bombardier Defense Project? What is that?
That's a project, and I can check with in my notes, but it's a project that we've funded many years.
Okay.
And what happened when we had 2007, and this was omitted, I believe, in the House. I'll check my notes again. But it was an enhancement because it looks as an enhancement, and we had a motion when we had the special committee on legislative budget to remove all enhancements, and it was an oversight on our part, and so we were putting the money back in because we've done it in past years.
Okay, thank you. And then the $10 million for the Kansas Blueprint for Literacy, that's been deleted. And I know that happened in the higher ed budget, but then I heard 2 million was coming back. And I was just wondering, can you give us an update on what happened to the 10 million? What was the justification for not meeting that obligation?
Basically, it was a difference in opinion between the House and the Senate. The Senate didn't have anything in regards to Blueprint for Literacy. We had the 2 million.
Right.
That's where the $2 million figure comes from. And in the negotiations, we agreed to the Senate position.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. That's it. So colleagues, I'm just going to be real quick on that. We spent all last year and the year before talking about how our students aren't able to read the bumper stickers that we put on our cars, and that we're having a hard time making sure that our teachers are delivering what they are able to deliver and meeting the expectations. We all know that literacy itself is the main key investment to improving our workforce. It also is the reason why individuals don't go to prison. And the justification that was shared about eliminating the funds for a very celebratory act, the Kansas Blueprint Literacy, is because they didn't believe that the right people were in the room making decisions about this bill, and that they questioned whether or not the committee should be actually formed at all. But the thing is those individuals weren't in the room. I was when we decided, and I assure you, we did everything we could to make sure the money is being spent. We agreed to it. The Kansas Board of Regents formed the committee, has the staff, and then we say, nah, we're just kidding. We'll take the 10 million. But guess what? The law is still in place, so they still have to do that. I don't know what we're trying to do here. I really don't. If we're trying to improve literacy in Kansas, then we need to make an investment. The main gap in education, K through 12, and the bridge to post-secondary is real. This was not a KSDE. This was a K board, and the Kansas Board of Regents is developing a connection to make sure our students who graduate are able to continue to improve on literacy in college. That is not something that is happening in this country. I've been an educator my entire life. I was thrilled with this because I've always thought we look at education from a pre-kindergarten to a grade 20, not to dictate what pathway the students should go, but what would we really want education to look like if we did that? In every area, post-secondary, high school, middle school, they always are blaming, well, if high school students were better prepared, they would be better prepared in college. If the middle school students would be better prepared, they would prepare them they would be better in high school. These gaps are communicated, they feel the gaps are real, and then we implement something that fills the gap. And we can't even give them $2 million, but we'll find funds for a $5.8 million Bombardier defense project. But we're not willing to defend our workforce by making sure our students have the skills and are literate to be successful. I won't be voting for it because of just that itself.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The representative from Topeka stole a little bit of my thunder, but I serve on the Blueprint for Literacy's Literacy Advisory Committee with the representative from Wichita in the back. And I just wanted to let you know a little bit about what that $10 million investment from last year has given us. For the new people in the room, Blueprint for Literacy was a really ambitious bill that we passed just last year, less than a year ago, actually. And it was a bipartisan effort. Passed wildly popular. And the idea behind it is that we want to make sure our teachers are teaching reading with the most modern, appropriate, effective methods. Now, I learned to be an elementary teacher back in 1997 and 1998. And I was taught to teach reading in a way that is no longer favored because we've learned better. We want to start teaching with the new and improved methods that include a systematic approach to phonics, and it's more than just phonics, but I won't get into the details there. But what I do want to say to you is, as a result of the work of the Blueprint for Literacy, of the Literacy Advisory Committee, all of our Regents institutions teacher prep programs, along with Washburn, have top to bottom looked through their curriculum to make sure that they have removed all of this discredited methodology, and they're only using research-based science of reading type methods to teach their teachers how to teach reading. So what the Blueprint for Literacy is designed to do is to work ourselves out of needing it. What we're trying to do is to make sure that every teacher that we graduate from a Kansas college, every teacher that is licensed to teach reading in the state of Kansas is using the best, most appropriate methods, because we do need to work on our problem with literacy in Kansas. I would argue that a budget is a reflection of our priorities, and it's really insulting for me to have to go back to this Literacy Advisory Committee, which is comprised of subject matter experts from all of our institutions, from our high schools, from our preschools, from our middle schools. There are people who are a part of the Department of Education. There are people who are truly the subject matter experts in the room. And the message that this body is sending them is that their opinion doesn't matter because it's not in our budget. We have defunded our literacy initiative in Kansas with this budget. And I, for one, am ashamed. I'm not sure if the problem was that we had hearings in the Education Committee, but this was under the higher ed budget, and so they were not as aware of what we were up to. I understand that I can't bring any amendments today, which is sad. And I'm not sure if I'm going to vote for this budget or not, because there are a lot of good things in here. But I am disappointed that we continue this trend of having unfunded mandates. Like the representative from Topeka said, all of our educators are still responsible for implementing this Blueprint for Literacy plan. The Blueprint for Literacy had a component of mentoring and coaching for in-service teachers. So if you were like me, if you graduated in the late 90s with an education degree and you were taught the old way, it's okay. We were going to give you the tools you need. We were going to pay for the tuition. We have even created new micro-credentials within our Regents institutions in Washburn, and those classes are ongoing right now. So we have gotten something for our $10 million, and this committee is still committed to making sure that we can do whatever we can with the remaining funds. But we're going to have to scale things way back, people. And the Blueprint for Literacy guidelines are still there. So we're asking our schools to do more with less. We're asking our Regents institutions in Washburn to do more with less, to eat the costs of the things that we are mandating. And we all of us agree that this is the correct method to teach reading. We all want to give our teachers the resources they need so they have all the tools in their toolbox that they need. And this budget, I appreciate that the House position did try to keep $2 million in, but to be quite frank with you, when we do things like pass a bill saying, yes, you can, Department of Ed, you can give raises, but you need to eat it from your own allocated budget that you've already got. That's taking money from our kids. So let's stop with the unfunded mandates. I appreciate this austere budget. And while I'm up here, I'm going to say one more thing. I am really frustrated with our budget process this year. I think it was very ill-conceived, rushed, and I don't understand why we have budget committees. I sit on Education K-12 Budget Committee, and in good faith, with excellent leadership, we passed a very austere suggestion of a bipartisan budget, and it was almost completely disregarded the minute it made it into appropriations. It's insulting to the work that we've done in good faith, and the more I talk about it, the more mad I get. So I think I'm just going to leave by saying a budget is a reflection of our priorities, and I had hoped that we would prioritize our children more in this budget. Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
How's the pizza? Hope everybody's enjoying it. I apologize for my voice, but this is the only chance I have. I want to first of all thank the speaker and the chairman of the committee. They took some risks by meeting during the summer and beginning this session to clamp down on a budget process that had gotten out of control. I mean, we were spending more money than what we had. And they realized that, and they took it by the horns and tried to control it. I will also agree totally that there are problems in the process that need to be corrected. There are gaps. And a budget is like, it has a micro and a macro system. The micro is what you just heard, that we didn't fund a mandated program. But I want to bring in the macro. The macro is a concern that I want to make sure everybody's aware of on this March 27th. Pick a choice. Tax increase, budget stabilization fund, cut $1 billion out of $11 billion budget. You don't think that's a realistic thing? This chamber's going to have to deal with it in a couple years. We're a couple $100 million below. We are a couple $100 million below what was proposed last year, and we have a lot of pain in this chamber. Yet we're still not dealing with the financial problems that we have. Last year, the governor told us if we passed the tax bill that we were going to have even more financial problems. I switched my vote on that because of it. All of us want to do property tax reductions, but we can't do that. On the charts that you were given, I know sometimes you look at them and sometimes you don't. But in the out year, we go from a 1.3 ending balance down to a negative $461 million drop. Negative. You don't see those kind of reductions and, and think you're not going to have problems. It should affect every person on the tax committee and everyone in the appropriation process. somebody's going to come back here probably next year or the year after and say, well, that budget stabilization fund idea was really a nice idea, but I'm going to take $1 billion and balance the budget. Or, and I gave you this scenario earlier, you're going to come to loggerheads with a new governor, and you're not going to reach a budget. And then you're going to turn it over to the governor and the Department of Administration, and they're going to make the cuts, and you'll be out of it completely. We are in a financial mess. And I appreciate all of the work that was done by the Appropriation Committee, but the chickens are coming home to roost, and we are in a hole that was created by the ARPA funds and the magnitude of our appetite. And right now, if we don't get a hold of it and control our spending and put a financial plan together, you are going to have more problems than you know how to deal with, unless you opt out for one of those three things I said. Now, it was suggested that we're going to have this special committee that hopefully will come up with efficiencies. Well, I'll tell you, I've sat around here for 30 years, and whenever I hear somebody talks about efficiencies, usually it doesn't mean that we cut, we end up adding. It is up to all 125 of us to not only say that we scream bloody murder, pardon me, about the cuts that we're making now, or that we're not funding some of the programs that we love and need, but that we look at the years out. Thank you. The out-year projections, because if we don't get a handle on it and come to some kind of realistic solution, people we represent are going to have a harder and harder time in making ends meet. Again, I appreciate the speaker, the chairman, and all the members of the committee for their work, but we have a lot of work to do too. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, you may close.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, I agree wholeheartedly with my former ranking member. We do have a tough road ahead of us. That was the reason, as I mentioned before, that's the reason why we had the new legislative budget process. And for somebody who's been doing this for quite some time and have sat on the Appropriations Committee even prior to being chair, I have to say the process worked very well. Now, are there items that we need to address next year? Yes, there is. And we learned from it. You're always going to have a learning curve when you try something new. And yes, we are going to have to analyze the budgets. We did get, I don't know exactly the words that the former representative used, but generous when we had the federal money. That's not coming in anymore. And there may be the case where there won't be additional federal dollars not coming in that funding programs in the state. And we are going to have to scrutinize our budget. I have to commend the research department, the revisor's office, for their diligent work in this change in process. They were excited to take it on, but I think they were also surprised on how much it would be bearing on them. But I want to thank them for all the work that they have done, not only during session, they started this back in October. So thank you for the hard work that you did to do the new budget process. I also want to thank my staff, my OA, my committee assistant, and my chief of staff. They've had to endure additional work in my office because of the change. I say they embraced it, but obviously there are some changes that I think we need to make in regards to that as well. And I'm very proud of the work that they have done. Last time I spoke, I thanked the individuals that helped me during the time, and I have to give a shout out to the representative from Seward. He gave me rides once in a while, and also the representative from Ford. He gave me rides, and I want to thank you. Like I said, back in February, All of you have been very gracious in regards to me, and I look at all of you as family. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I close on Senate Bill 125.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 125. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Hoy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on SB 125. My constituents value special education funding. A school district that I serve has Phase 1 and Phase 2 budget priority hires pending on the funding in this budget. SB 125 will likely cost students in my district a new technology engineering design teacher, orchestra program, and occupational therapist. I would prefer to fund classroom opportunities over the AI surveillance of our children. I vote no.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote no on SB 125. We have an opportunity to do something today, to do something better. The state is already spending more than the state has coming in each year. Right now, we have $791.5 million more in 2026, and we'll be bankrupt by 2029. This budget grows the spending. We want our local government entities to cut their spending, and we need to do the same. Most of us have expressed concerns with this budget. Let's send the budget back to trim it down even further. Last year, we almost did this, except a tornado came through, and we lost our momentum with that when we had to go take shelter. It's true. I don't know where everybody stands on this, but we could still make additional cuts and send this back to committee. Thank you.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Neighbor votes no. Representative Osmond votes no. Are there any further changes? Representative Martinez votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 89 having voted in favor and 36 against the passage of SB 125, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Taxation recommends SB 51 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Attention commerce fans. The B bill 2158 will be negotiated at 7:15 in 159 South. Thank you.
Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pizza's delicious. The Democrats, we will have agenda immediately upon recess. Yeah. Or earlier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lewis.
The Select Investigative Committee will hold its next meeting on April 8th at 1 o'clock in room 518 South, and on April 9th at 1 o'clock and 518 South.
Seeing no further announcements, the speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to recess.
Republicans' real calendar immediately upon recess in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 6:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. We're in recess. The House will be in order. Thank you for whoever left a little crown up here for me. I appreciate it. It's going to go on top of my Gov. Oh, I dropped it. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
The Senate adopts a Conference Committee report on SB 21. The Senate adopts a Conference Committee report on SB 42. The Senate adopts a Conference Committee report on HB 2169.
The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
Pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and that Senate Bill 51 be advanced to the order of business. Final action on bills and resolutions subject to amendment and debate.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to concur in conference on HB 2155.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to give a brief explanation of the bill. This is House Bill 2155. It specifies that sheriffs have liability for official acts and sheriff sureties related to the charges in custody in their county jails. The bill also makes some technical changes to outdated language because the bill hadn't been revised for over 100 years. And so again, it gives, it makes sure sheriffs are liable for official acts, and it was putting some language together. One place it said official, and one place it only said acts. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2155. The Senate changes were the date. Now, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the Conference Committee report on HB 2155. I want you all to know that I actually voted in favor of this bill in committee, and after the vote in committee, I learned a lot more about what's really going on, or as Paul Harvey would say, the rest of the story. Right now, the statute says that sheriffs are responsible for what their deputies do. They're responsible on their, quote, bond, the sheriff's bond, okay? This would change that to they're only responsible for what their deputies do that are official duties. Now, here's the difference and here's the crux of the matter. There have been several unfortunate circumstances where people have been hired, particularly as jailers, who should have never been hired as jailers. There is, in fact, litigation going on in at least two counties where people with terrible bad records were still hired as jailers. They sexually abused prisoners. They were known to be abusing prisoners, and while the investigations took place, they were not suspended from duty. They were sent back to the jail to continue to molest their victims. And so the response to that is to now try to insulate sheriffs from what have always been their liability for these types of acts by saying, no, you're only liable on your bond for quote unquote official acts. So the bottom line is passing this type of legislation
may result in people who suffer sexual abuse in jails from having any recourse. Now, that's not what I thought the bill was about when I heard it in committee, but the testimony that was introduced in the Senate demonstrated that that is, in fact, what this bill is about. And for those of you who are concerned about sexual violence and who are concerned about prison conditions, I don't think that you want to insulate the sheriff, i.e. the sheriff's bonding company, the sheriff's insurance company, from liability in situations where sheriffs are negligent and their negligence allows prisoners to be the victim of sexual assault. That's why I oppose this CCR. Thank you.
You may close.
I close.
This constitutes final action on HB 2155. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, the call is in order. Dorman will secure the doors and the clerk will read the roll.
Hubert, Kessler, Sanders, Sutton, Tarwater, Turk.
Representative Sanders votes aye. Representative Haskins is excused. Representative Alcala is excused. Representative Sawyer is excused. Representative Kessler votes aye. Representative Carlin is excused. Representative Sutton votes aye. Representative Turk votes aye. Representative Tarwater votes aye. Call in, not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Members will be in their seats. We are on final action. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does Representative Schwertfeger votes aye. Representative Tarwater and Turk are excused. Does any other member wish to change their vote? Seeing none. 84 having voted in favor and 40 against the passage of House Bill 2155, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Laura Williams for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 30 would be kind of called the Occupational Sunrise Bill. This would require the adoption of new occupational licenses and material changes to existing licenses by certain state agencies to be approved by the legislature. This bill would also require agencies to annually report certain information to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. This bill would exempt the Behavioral Science Regulatory Board, Board of Examiners of Optometry, Board of Nursing, Kansas Dental Board, State Board of Healing Arts, and the Board of Pharmacy, and the State Board of Technical Professions. They'd be exempt from this bill with occupational licensing. This will give some more legislative oversight, but also reduce red tape for small business owners and entrepreneurs who are trying to make a living. So with that, I move the adoption of the committee report.
Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Good evening, body. I oppose this legislation. We never had a chance to hear it or work it in House Commerce. It has never come up here above the line. And so we have a number of proponents for this legislation. One of the proponents alleges themselves to be a feminist group. And one of the things that they like to keep doing is touting the removal of regulations. Now, it's funny, when we were in caucus today discussing this, and I intend no offense to my caucus members, but a quote from a previous Republican president came to mind. This is a quote from President George W. Bush, and he was talking about the phrase, the soft bigotry of low expectations. And that's what this is, because we assume that women are somehow unable to meet these licensure requirements, and then we institute these dangerous deregulation policies that end up endangering our constituents and endangering consumers. There is a very disturbing trend of us doing this, and I strongly disapprove. And frankly, I would urge you all to vote no, because this is nothing more than DEI. I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to address some of those previous comments. This bill, while we did not hear it this year in the House chamber, we did work in House Commerce last year, and it did pass the Senate. But I think as a whole, as we're looking at occupational licensing, we're not looking at removing any safety elements here. We're ensuring that small business owners who all of a sudden now have to be licensed for a certain occupation due to a state agency overregulation, we're just cutting the red tape and saying, hey, you need to prove that these licenses are necessary for public safety. Senate Bill 30 promotes accountability and transparency in occupational licensing, ensuring that any new or modified licenses are thoroughly reviewed and approved by the legislature. This bill is crucial for maintaining public trust and safeguarding the interests of license holders and applicants. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 30. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Representative Clayton is excused. Members will be in their seats. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will lead that roll.
Hubert, Tarwater, Turk.
Representative Sawyer votes no. Representative Francis is excused. Representative Carmichael votes no. Representative Turk votes aye. Representative Tarwater votes aye, and they are both excused. Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Okay, anybody want to explain their vote? Does anybody want to change their vote? For an explanation, Susan Ruiz, Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should have asked what those occupations were, and now I remember. We had a bill about threading, had to do with eyebrows, and about sugaring, and that is a way to remove facial hair or body hair. And we heard horrific stories about the sugaring, that, people, women, children were getting, little girls were getting several degrees of burns through the sugaring. So now I know what this bill is about, and I'm glad I voted no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other changes of votes or explanations? Seeing none. With 86 having voted in favor and 38 against the passage of Senate Bill 30, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 186. Apologies. It should be Senate Bill 156. Go ahead, Representative. You may continue.
Explanation of the bill. This is the bill that we voted on, and it was 111 to 8. It was House Bill 2212. This bill gives the special claims against the state a limit of hearing claims from the Department of Corrections. It's moving the limit from $500 to $750. If it's less than $750, the Department of Corrections themselves can take care of the claim. If it is more than that, then the claim will go straight to the Special Claims Against the State Committee. This was requested by the Special Claims Against the State Committee, as this hadn't been changed in decades, and it's just getting us up to this time period. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Osman, come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill's good, thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 156. The clerk will open that roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, the call is in order and the doorman will secure the doors and the clerk will read that roll.
Francis Gardner, Hoheisel, Hubert, Sawyer Clayton, Tarwater, Turk, Van Houten.
Representative Van Houten votes aye. Representative Hoheisel votes aye and is excused. Representative Gardner votes aye. Representative Francis votes aye. Speaker recognizes Representative Steele for an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I knew you were trouble when we got up there this morning, but thank you for keeping us in line. Some people may have done a little nay-nay on this vote, but I happen to think it is quite riz. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Simmons is excused. Members will be in their seats. Do you need to be excused, Representative? You are excused. Representative, you will have to exit the chamber, please. Thank you. Representative Owsley is excused. Representative Vaughn is excused. Not seeing 10 hands. Now seeing 10 hands. Call is still in order. Representative Clayton votes aye. Representative Turk and Tarwater both vote aye. And they're all excused. All right, call is raised. Not seeing 10 hands. Does any other member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of Senate Bill 156, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record that vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on SB 186.
Okay, body, hang on. This bill 186 is about crimes, punishment, criminal procedure. There's several different parts, and I'm just going to go over them as quickly as possible, but I want to make sure you understand. The first piece prohibits compensated sureties from making loans for bond premiums. The next piece also has to do with bonds, that a warrant copy must be made available to the compensated surety, and the remittance provisions are extended, and so that they may get the bond back in percentages of 90, 75, and 50%, according to how many days it takes for them to bring the bonded individual back. It also requires that only law enforcement may make a request for a warrant, of course showing probable cause, not regular folks, but only law enforcement may ask for that warrant. One other piece of this is affidavits in support of probable cause requirements shall be made available to law enforcement prior to a summons. They need access to that Odyssey e-filing system, and that's what this is about. They weren't able to get that affidavits and subpoenas and return of service information before the summons. The next piece requires certain prior convictions to be considered when you're determining bond when a person is arrested for sex offenses. So certain sex offenses, you may go back and look at prior convictions. And then the last piece is it modifies the elements in the crime of sexual exploitation of a child. It was our AI bill that we passed 119-3 out of this House, and it has to do with visual depictions that might not be real children, but it is still, if it's AI, it's still the crime of sexual exploitation of a child. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 187, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job explaining all of it. For our commerce fans out there, I'm going to talk for a little bit just to give them a little bit more negotiating time, but also it is a big bill and it's a complex bill, and I wanted to talk through what's going on. This is another one of those bill bundling things, and we have a lot of bills. I think we had at one point a total of about 30 bills in judiciary. And I get it from a logistics standpoint and from a strategic standpoint. We bundle bills so that, number one, it actually does save a little bit of time in the process. But it also allows for some shelves to open up so that we can bring in more bills. And that's how we moved from, I believe, like 21 bills in judiciary up to 30 at the end of it. And this bill was a bundle to begin with, and then we bundled the bundle to add more bills into it. And when I talked about it in the baseline bill, I said, this is one of those things that when you do bundle, you end up running out with a situation where you have good bills and you have bad bills, and now you have to make a determination, is this worth what I want to do to actually pass this through and actually move this forward? In this case, my answer is yes, but with an asterisk to it. So I want to sort of talk through what's going on because we rushed through it in caucus, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what's happening in Senate Bill 186. So we have, number one, good news. We got rid of House Bill 2401. This was a bill that I had a real struggle with up in caucus and up here, and I voted against it because I could not support 2401. We've removed it, so good. So that really does make the bill a lot better. The bond issue itself is one that I do have some concerns with. When we talk about, so the bill would prohibit compensated sureties from making loans for the purpose of financing the minimum appearance bond required to be paid before posting a bond. This is one of those issues where we don't need regulation of law here in the state of Kansas. What we need are better policies and procedures for the bond industry. And we talk about this all the time with businesses. Why are you running to the government to get additional government regulation when you could be solving it yourself, when the free market can be solving it itself? The bond industry could be solving this problem on their own by being more competitive. But instead, we're going to create a law that says these other people that are more competitive, we're going to cut them out, and we're going to make sure that we're all playing at a level playing field. I don't like that. There's another bond that comes in here that I can see good and bad things to it. There's, there's a little bit of skin in the game in terms of what they get back, in terms of if there's deportation involved. And it goes down to 90% if you find someone within the next 90 days, 75% in the next 91 to 180 days, 50% if returned, 181 to 270 days. I can see this going both ways. I don't really have a problem with this bill, but again, it is an issue of, I think that better regulation internally within the bond industry would help solve this problem. If there's a question of deportation that risks your business, maybe you should look at doing a little bit more background research before you extend that bond out to somebody that is in danger of being deported. Let me look through the rest of them as I see here. But other parts of this are really good. And sorry, one second. As I look at, it's 2183, which is sexual exploitation of a child. And this is a good bill. I supported it when we brought it forward at first. I support it again. I think that this is a very strong bill that needs to be passed in the legislature. Does it need to be passed in this bill? Not necessarily. I think it could have stood alone on its own, but when you bundle it with this bill, now you basically force everybody's hand and say, well, I might have a problem with the bond industry, but not so much that I'm going to vote against AI porn. So this is the real issue that you deal with in the legislature when you start bundling bills. You run into these situations where there is no, you can potentially have bad policy get through because no one wants to vote against the bill. In general, as I look through this, I just want to just make sure that I'm highlighting everything that there is. I think that pretty much covers it. Hopefully I've given Commerce just a little bit more negotiating time, but what I'm going to say to my caucus, and what I'll say in general, is I generally like this bill. I really like the AI portion of it, where we're dealing with it. I love the fact that we got rid of 2401 in conference committee. And overall, this is a very strong bill. I wish it hadn't been bundled, but it is what it is. I'm going to vote in favor of it. I would urge your support as well. So thank you very much.
Representative may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on SB 186. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote?
House.
Seeing 10 hands, the call is in order. Dorm will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Hubert, Sawyer, Clayton, Sutton, Tarwater, Turk.
Representative Clayton votes aye and is excused. Representative Turk and Tarwater both vote aye and are excused. Representative Sutton votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Does any other member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, with 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 186, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 204.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, a brief explanation of this bill. There's two parts. The first part requires the sealing of certain records relating to case information, warrants, and subpoenas in certain criminal and juvenile cases. The second piece has to do with law libraries, and it involves the law library board, who appoints them, and how the funds are used in law libraries. I know that was very brief, but I'm going to stand for questions at that point. And I'm sorry, I move to adopt the conference committee report, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm in support of this bill. If you would like me to filibuster this, I'm happy to do so, but there's only a finite amount I can talk about county law libraries. Thank you very much. I urge your support.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that was brief. I know our caucus was briefed more. I'm sure your caucus was briefed more in it too. So thank you very much. And with that, I close.
This constitutes final action on SB 204. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Dorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Hubert, S. Ruiz, Sawyer, Clayton, Tarwater, Turk, L. Williams.
Representative Susan Ruiz votes aye. Representative Delperdang is excused. Representative Laura Williams votes aye. Representative Barrett is excused. Representative Getz is excused. Representative Anderson is excused. Representative Humphries is excused. Representative Berquist is excused. Representative Kessler is excused. Representative Sutton is excused. The three members of the Commerce Committee all vote aye. All right, not seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Yes, the call is raised, not seeing 10 hands. Okay, any other changes of votes or explanation of votes? Seeing none. With 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 204, the same having received a constitutional majority of the bills hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 237.
Speaker, is the mic on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body, for your patience. I've been giving you a brief explanation of all these bills. I'm going to give you a super thorough explanation of this one. I'm going to read you the whole bill. Kansas law enforcement officers are hereby authorized to conduct investigations of violations of the Scrap Metal Theft Reduction Act. Upon conclusion of an investigation, investigative report shall be submitted to the Attorney General regardless of whether any local action was taken as a result of such investigations. That is the whole bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing it all. I will say, so I'm going to say again, because I had mentioned this during the time that we worked this bill, but I think that you were out. But I wanted to give the chair of judiciary a compliment that this bill could have potentially died a measly death, but because there were very hot, contentious people on both sides of the issue, and she worked to get it all put together and actually have a functional bill that we have here before us. So kudos. That said, hopefully this is the last time that we deal with the scrap metal bill, because every single year there's scrap metal issues. What do? We do this. No, I don't want to do this. And then there's just incremental change. And then every year they come back and say, hey, there's still scrap metal theft. So maybe this year is the year that we solve all scrap metal theft in the state of Kansas. Wouldn't that be lovely? That's why I'm supporting this bill. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you to the ranking minority member. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I close and move the motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 237. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Dorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Anderson, Hoheisel, Hubert, Kessler, Penn.
Representative Anderson votes aye. Representative Hoheisel votes aye. Representative Penn votes aye. Representative Kessler votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 237, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Okay, Speaker recognizes Representative Estes for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 24.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move to adopt the Agree to Disagree Conference Committee report. Nope, I'm sorry. I move to adopt the Conference Committee report.
And we are talking about Senate Bill 44, which formerly was known as, I'm
Senate
sorry,
Bill 24,
24, which was
Representative.
formerly known as 44. And this is a bill that you'll remember is the Promise Scholarship. There were a couple of things I wanted to come back and additional information and share from the last time we discussed this bill. First thing I wanted to point out that is in the first page of the bill, you will see that the institutions that are private that are being added have two requirements. One is that their main campus or principal place of operation be in Kansas. So we're talking about Kansas institutions. The other one is that they be Title IV schools, which is a very narrow range. And there are two schools in Kansas, Wichita Technical Institute and Heartland Welding, that meet that criteria. The last time we discussed this bill, there was a question about one of the institutions raising their tuition. I checked with that school, and they have been in business since 2018, and they believe that they might have be close to 55% in tuition fee increases since their start. And part of that is attributed to the fact that they choose to give their students on average, $1,000 worth of equipment. So they know that when their students leave, they have equipment that is OSHA approved and safe for their students, which is not something that everybody else does. Well, there was another question about would the tuition at a private school be higher? And I just wanted to remind the body that both the not-for-profit and the privates are held to the average of what the public institutions are. So there is a cap of what that can be, and I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Representative Stockstill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has parts of a bad bill onto a very good program. The Promise Scholarship program is excellent, and it's really geared to be carried out by our colleges, universities, community colleges, and so on. And the objection was that this adds for-profit companies to the institutes that can be a part of this program. I think that that's all the resources that I've talked to from our colleges, universities, community colleges, and private schools are against this. I have a real problem with some of the schools that I think have some bad background, not just necessarily here in Kansas, but across the country. And I suggested that we wait to include for-profit schools until next year, when we can have more discussion about it, where we can do more research on it to see if that really fits in with the scholarship program here in Kansas, but that was denied. So because of that, I will be voting no on this, and I hope that you will agree with our colleges, universities, and community colleges and so on, and vote no as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 24, which allows for-profit schools. Don't confuse those with private schools. They are for-profit schools to access taxpayer-funded Promise Scholarship funds. I worked at a for-profit school for several years right here in Topeka and bring this experience to bear in vehement opposition to this bill. Do you remember the national scandal around Corinthian colleges and ITT Tech? If not, please Google it now. In the end, it costs U.S. taxpayer dollars over $1 billion due to these for-profit colleges' predatory lending and admissions practices. The U.S. Department of Education did put in some guardrails to try to keep this from happening again, but folks, we are watching the U.S. Department of Education being dismantled right before our eyes. Why would we even consider adding for-profit colleges to our Promise scholarships? We have no idea what guardrails will or will not be in place. This bill increases the cap subject to appropriations, but it's been confirmed that there is no additional appropriation to go along with the increased cap. KBOR has estimated that just the 2 colleges that testified would be eligible for $1.5 million, which is 15% of the current cap and would still be 10% if it was raised. Because the scholarship amount at a for-profit school can't be more than nonprofits, it destroys the very foundational concept of the Promise Scholarship's last dollar idea. Students at these for-profit colleges will still be taking out federal and private student loans to make up for the additional tuition and fees that far exceed the costs at our nonprofit and public institutions. Please also keep in mind, this is important when we're talking about the cap, that for-profit colleges typically start new classes every month, meaning that when they are added, and if any money is added, they have an advantage.
You may proceed, Representative.
Thank you. They have an advantage over our technical colleges and community colleges since they can pull down these funds 12 times a year. A semester system typically allows funds to be only drawn 3 times. So Heartland Welding Academy, one of the for-profit schools to be added, has raised their tuition 55% since 2020. As well, until Tuesday, we are talking about their compliance with Title IV and federal financial aid. They did not have a working net price calculator, which is required to be eligible for financial aid. Do you know who monitors that? The National Center for Educational Statistics, of which half the staff was fired the preceding week. I used to be so embarrassed to say that I worked for a for-profit college, but today as I stand before you, I'm really grateful for that insight now so I can share it with you. Please vote no on Senate Bill 4 and do not open this Pandora's box. Thank you.
Representative Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Speaker, or whatever we're doing today. Mr. Speaker, I was corrected by the member from Wichita. In 2016, when I said I was never going to be involved in politics again, I worked at the VFW National Headquarters as an assistant director of programs, and my portfolio included student veteran outreach and transition services for military members transitioning from outside of the military. And so in 2016, ITT Tech shut down, and it was detrimental to all students, but military students really had to deal with the fact that they were losing their GI Bill. It took an act of Congress to get that time back for them, to get them their GI Bill. So I just want to say that this bill is very dangerous when you have for-profit schools. For instance, in 2016, ITT Tech students were paying back their student loan rates at about 39%. The national average was 66%. Going back to what the previous member said, they tend to have classes more frequently compared to more traditional universities. For-profit universities are for-profit, and they do not, some of them do care for their students, but a lot of times they prey on students who come from families where they're not used to having people go through traditional education programs. They really prey on low-income students who do not know better. You have to pay attention to where schools like University of Phoenix, where they really target students who do not know better. It is very dangerous, and I urge you to vote no.
Representative Chuck Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I never knew what a pro-profit school was, but after I heard this, I have a grandson, but he's in Missouri. He lives in Liberty, Missouri. He's studying to become an electrician. He tried to go to a 4-year school. He wasn't a 4-year school type kid. I think you guys understand that. But he's a great electrician, and he works for another gentleman. He's out on the job, and in 2 years, he'll be an electrician. He'll have a great job for the rest of his life, and it's nothing but positive. So I think it's a real good deal to have this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were a couple things I forgot to mention when I was at the well before. The first thing is that this bill does raise the cap. Currently, the cap is 10 million. It's up to us. It's subject to appropriation, but that cap is met right now. And I think raising that extra 5 million is important so that when we can afford to fund it more, we're ready to do so. The other thing that we did was delay the inclusion of the two profit schools for 1 year. And I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 24. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Bohai votes no. Representative Sutton votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, call's not in order, but we'll wait. It's fine. Representative Bohai is excused. Representative Getz will be in his seat. Representative Penn votes aye. All right. Does anybody wish to change their vote? Representative Schreiber votes no. We're not on a call. All right. Does anybody else wish to change their vote? With 76 having voted on favor and 48 against the passage of Senate Bill 24, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2134.
Hi, Buddy. Okay, a brief explanation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, on House Bill 2134. It involves two things, CORA and COMA, Kansas Open Records Act, Kansas Open Meetings Act. We passed the CORA piece of it 123-0 here in the House. It was another one of a good example of people coming together and coming up with a solution that everyone could agree on. The Senate added providing an itemized cost statement for the costs related to fulfilling a open records request. And then we also added to the exemptions for CORA that the disclosure of public records that are obscene is exempted from having to be an open record. That's the open records piece. The open meetings piece was mostly in the Senate, and that had to do subordinate groups are subject to coma, so sideboards, subcommittees, different things, those are subject to coma. If an organization or entity chooses to live stream, they have to make sure all parts of the meeting are live streamed and available. But unintended technical failures don't constitute a violation of the coma bill. And then we removed the 5-minute grace period for concluding executive meetings. The last thing was that they changed the date from core and coma infraction complaints to the AG from January 15th to October 15th. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I move to adopt the conference committee report of House Bill 2134. And I'll stand for questions.
Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Carrie, the bill did an excellent job describing the core and coma relationship and what's going on with the bill. Probably even more so than I did within the caucus itself. But it's a good bill. I'd recommend support. Thank you very much.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could get the carrier of the report, ask a question.
Yes.
Thank you. The live streaming portion of this, we have a number of governing bodies around the state that show their city council meetings, city commission meetings, school board meetings, things like that. Question comes in, some of them have, you know, they quit live streaming it before actually the end of the meeting. Then maybe a local one I know that doesn't show their public comment section any longer. My only question is when I explain this, are they in violation of the coma rule? Because it says if they voluntarily elect to live stream.
If they choose to live stream, then they have to show all aspects of the meeting. Now, I don't know that public comments are part, is that going on during the meeting or is that
Well,
afterwards?
this is at the end of the meeting.
Is the meeting adjourned at that point?
It's on the agenda as a section of that meeting, the written agenda.
Great question. I mean, I think we just have to investigate and see. I mean, I wonder if they could adjourn the meeting and then have the public comments or, I mean, are the public comments out loud or are they written? I mean, I hear.
You know, and I apologize because
I'm
terrible,
asking you a
but
question and I should.
I haven't watched the city commission meeting in a while
Yeah.
to see if they actually
I
adjourn.
mean, if it's people of the public speaking and the meeting is still going on, I think they are required to show that.
Okay.
That would be my understanding of the
Okay.
bill. But
Thank you very much. I just bring it up because everybody probably ought to check in with their city councils and school boards and county commissions back home, see what they do in live streaming. Don't want them in violations of Kansas Open Meetings Act. So with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HB 2134. Although I haven't researched it very carefully, one of the issues that gave rise to this legislation was that some public bodies who did live stream were not streaming the public comment period. And that is an agenda item. It's part of the meeting. So far as I know, there's no exception for that. And so if you stream the meeting, you get to stream the public comment. And there are certainly some governing bodies who are concerned about what is said at those public comment periods, that sometimes remarks may be libelous or slanderous or indecent, etc. And so I think there have been some governing bodies who have cut the stream, so to speak, when it came to public comment. So unless you're city attorney or a school board lawyer or so on tells you otherwise, I think you'd be well advised if this bill passes to stream the entire meeting, including public comment. Thank you.
Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions for the carrier of the bill.
I'll try to answer.
Thank you. Regarding closing police records, could you maybe explain some of the thought process behind that? This is a question that came to me from a constituent.
Okay. Closing police records? Is that part of, are you open, the open records? I don't, we had
Yes, ma'am.
sealing, we had the bill a few minutes ago about sealing warrants and things. Are you?
No, it is about this bill. That's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
Let's not make.
it's okay.
Okay.
I do have one more, or I guess I'll speak to it. Thank you. Thank you, carrier. I guess I will support this ultimately, but I would wonder why we're not seeking to provide meaningful accountability for officials who don't necessarily comply with the law. And there's a conflict or a potential for a conflict of interest. And perhaps as a body, we can watch it play out in the future and follow up with necessary fixes. But I would like to make that a comment. Thank you.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on HB 2134. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Riley votes aye. Seeing no further changes, with 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of HB 2134, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Bless you. Speaker recognizes Representative Rajas for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on HB 2172.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anytime. House Bill 2172 is the Water Task Force. And what this is, as we have talked about, it passed overwhelmingly here, overwhelmingly in the Senate, but they had a great bill, make it even greater, whatever word they use, I don't know. What they did is they added a working group to look at a study on the State Water Resource Plan Act. That's kind of the technical end of that. And we agreed. So that's really it. The task force started out at 29 when it was originally introduced. Then it got down to 13 by the time it went through the Senate, and it's fine. And we also added a couple of ex officio members, 3 that we thought were very important to be there, but we'll, I'm sure, invite the masters to be at this conference. The other thing we did is stretched it out to 2 years to have the final report by 27. We felt that as important as water is, and we've talked about it quite a bit this year, that as the legislature takes over to try to push 6 regional meetings or 6 meetings to put this all together, to have a preliminary report back to the legislature next year on where we are. So maybe some of that low-hanging fruit, and then that final decision or final recommendation in 27. And there'll be legislation based out of that. As it went through the last time, Senate passed 40-0. We passed it 109-12. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carrier did a great job. This is an important bill. I agree with all the changes that were made in conference, and I would urge your support.
You may close.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
This constitutes final action on HB 2172. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Members will be in their seats. You're welcome, Representative. For changes of votes, Representative Luis Ruiz votes aye. Representative Anderson votes aye. Representative Hoheisel votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 116 having voted in favor and 8 against the passage of HB 2172, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Rogers for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on HB 2255.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're welcome. This is the last agriculture bill for this session. I want to thank my vice chair, my ranking, and all those who showed up, especially you want to be on the Ag Committee. We had baked goods every Tuesday. So thank you for that. House Bill 2255, weights and measures, weights and measures. It was primarily a cleanup bill is the way it began. The weights and measures are very important. So when you go to the store, put those bananas or apples or strawberries or whatever you do and you weigh them, they make sure that you're getting what you bargained for. What we did in the bill is we added a section on electronic vehicle charging stations, as they are right now not regulated. Well, the Senate said, I don't think we're quite there yet. There's a member on that side that has one, and they find a place that is done for free, and their vehicle shows how much they are charging and at what pace. And so we decided, well, we'll think about it. And while we were thinking, we said, we will agree with that if we can put the contents of House Bill 2111, which was expanding the CREP acres. That's the Conservation Reserve Easement Program. That's a partnership between the feds and the state. Primarily works in an area from about Syracuse over into Rice County. That really works on folks like in that Rattlesnake Creek, area. It's like I'm saying slinging sheeping. That this is really a targeted area that helps in water conservation. And this expands the acres as well. But the other thing was changed. At one time, it was 25% of all the acres can only be in one county. Now it's down to 20%. We agree with that with the Senate of what it was. So with that, I stand for questions.
Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like the committee chair said, the weights and measures update is important to all of us every day of our lives, and it's great to get another water conservation and soil improvement part in the bill. I would like to thank the chair for running a good and fair committee and for always being flexible on the start time.
Representative, you may close.
There were 2 times we didn't start late. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2255. Clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 117 having voted in favor, nope. Representative Wassinger votes no. Okay, any further changes? Seeing none. With 116 having voted in favor and 8 against the passage of HB 2255, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to recess. Actually, belay my last. Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attention commerce fans. It's getting late. I almost forgot to do that. Holy smokes. We're having a conference committee at around 9:15 and 159 South to talk about the daycare bill. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Majority Leader Croft for a motion to recess.
Republicans will calendar immediately upon recess. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 9:15 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess.